Hey guys, and welcome to the course. Let me take the time firstly to thank you for enrolling in this course, and secondly to let you know that if you run into any problems along the way as you move through this course, just let me know. I'm here to help, so if you have any issues or bugs or your code's not working, just ask me a question or send me a message and I'll usually get back to you within a couple of hours. It's also worth noting that this is not an introduction to HTML course, and all I mean by that is while we do go over the basics, particularly at the start of the course, we don't go over them in the same amount of detail as you would find in an introduction to programming course. Okay, so all that means is if you've never programmed before, just ask me some questions if you need some more explanations. I'll be happy to spend as much time as you need going through things with you. And the very last thing before we get started with this is just when you feel the time is right, if you could leave this course a positive review, I'd really appreciate it, because as instructors, the positive reviews are all we have to go off. So I'm really thankful for all the positive reviews I get. Okay, well, I've said everything I need to say. Let's get started. So we're going to get started now. The first lecture is the most boring one. We just have to set up our web server and our text editor. This is the only time in the course you'll have to actually download things and set things up. So just bear with me through this video, and after that we'll be on to the good stuff, okay? So the first thing we're going to install is Sublime Text, and this is just a text editor, and you're free to use any text editor you want if you have a favorite in mind. Maybe you just like using the Notepad. You can use any text editor you want, but this is a very typical programming text editor, particularly for HTML. So this is a very good one to go with. So if you just Google Sublime Text and click on the first link, it will take you to this website, and you can just click download. I'm on a Mac, so it's for OS X, but it's available on all operating systems, so you have no problems with that. So I've already downloaded it, so I'm not going to click save, but the setup's pretty simple, so I won't need to run you through that. So this is what Sublime Text looks like. At the moment, it just looks like a blank screen. There's not much to it. It just allows you to type code, and that's really all you need to know. It's a really simple thing, okay? So the next thing we're going to install is our web server, and the web server just allows us to test our code locally without having to buy hosting or anything. Okay, so you just type in XAMPP just like that, because that's the name of the web server we're going to use, and click on the first link. From there you'll see the different operating systems it's available on, so go ahead and click yours. Like I said, I'm on a Mac, so I would click this one, and then you should see the installer appear. So click save and save that wherever you want. I have already downloaded it ahead of time to just try and speed things up a little bit, so I won't save it again. But once you've saved it, go ahead and open it up and click on the file you just downloaded, and that will start the installer. So on a Mac, it looks like this. Obviously, it will look slightly different on your operating system. So just go ahead and open that up. I need to enter my password, which is just the password for my computer, but you may or may not need to do this. Go ahead and click OK. And you'll see the wizard appear. This is pretty simple. Just click through. Like I said, it looks slightly different if you're on like a Windows operating system or something, but for the most part, it's the same. Okay, I think on the Windows one you have a bunch of different things you can install down here, but just leave the defaults and then click next, and then when you click next again, it will install. Okay, like I said, I've already installed it, so I won't actually do this, but click next and it will begin the installation. So once you have that installed, you want to go ahead and open it up. So go to the location that you installed it. So on a Mac, it would be in Applications most likely, and scroll down to XAMPP right there. Open that folder, and then you have this one right here. In a Mac, it's called Manager OS X, but it might be called something slightly different for you, maybe like Control Panel or something. And this is the icon. So double click on that. I need to enter my password again. And then you'll see it's opened. Here we go. So there's really not much you need to do here. Just go across to, on a Mac anyway, manage servers, and make sure that MySQL database is running and Apache web server is running. Okay. On a Windows computer, if I remember correctly, there's a couple more options here. You have like FileZilla, Mercury, Tomcat, but all you need to do is make sure Apache is running and the MySQL database is running. Okay, so just Apache and MySQL. Everything else you could ignore. These may or may not be running when you start it for the first time, but most likely they're not, so just hit start on them. Click on them, hit start. Okay, and that's it. Leave that running, don't close that down or anything. And then to check it worked, you can just go to, in your browser, just type in localhost, like that. Just type in localhost, and you should hopefully see a screen similar to this. If you see a screen with a bunch of languages underneath, just click on your language and it should take you to this screen. If you don't see this, it means that you don't have these set up correctly. Okay, but just by having them running, you should see this. And that's it. That's all there is to it. That's all the installation you'll need to do throughout this whole course. So we're going to write a very quick test page now to make sure that works. So open up Sublime Text, which is that text editor you just downloaded. Go ahead and save that. And we're going to save that to the location that you installed your web server to. So go to wherever you just saved XAMPP to. So in my case, applications, XAMPP, and htdocs is the folder you want. htdocs is where all your web pages are going to go. Okay, because when you type in localhost, it takes you to this folder. Okay, so localhost is just a shortcut to this folder. So you're going to create a new website in this folder. So inside the htdocs folder, I'm going to click new folder and give a name for your project. I'm going to call it Slotify, like that, Slotify, and click create. So I've got quite a bunch of websites in here, but you can see the Slotify website I've just created. And then we're going to save this file in there as index.php. Okay, this is your first PHP file. Click save, and the good thing about Sublime is it can autocomplete for you as you're typing. But we can just type in HTML and click tab, and it will fill in the structure of a basic HTML page. Okay, and to check it worked, we're just going to put hello right there. Save that, make sure you save it. Go back to your web browser, type in localhost, get rid of that, and then slash whatever your folder was called for your website. So I called it Slotify. Okay, hit enter, and you should see hello, which is what we had in here. If you see that, you know it works. And as a very, very brief introduction to HTML for those that are absolute beginners, the body section right here is where all your content is going to go for your website. The head section between these two is where you're going to say what JavaScript files to include or what CSS files, which are your styling files. And inside this title tag right here, we can say welcome to Slotify or whatever you want to put, and you'll see that appears in the tab right here. Right there, okay? So whatever you type in the title tag appears here. So that was just a very quick introduction to the HTML structure for those absolute beginners out there. And that's it. So in this lesson, we installed our text editor, our web server, and we wrote a little test page, and we know it works. Remember, if you have any problems at all with this, just write me a message. I'll usually respond within a couple of hours. So that's it. That's actually all the installation you'll need to do throughout this whole course. So you've made it through the boring part, now on to the good stuff. Hey guys, how's it going? So last time what we did is we installed our web server, we installed Sublime Text, which is our text editor, and now we're ready to make a start. So what we're going to do now is create our register page, and this is going to be where the users sign up or log in. But just quickly, before I do that, I just want to explain something about this index page. For those of you that don't know, the index page is the default page a website goes to. So for example, if you go to your localhost and you go to your website, to get to your index page, you could type index.php, or you could leave off this index.php. You don't have to add that, because by default, if you don't specify a page, it will go to the index page. Okay, so that's just something real quick to know about the index page. Leaving the index.php out of the URL is exactly the same as if you did that. Okay, you don't have to include it. So we're going to go ahead now and create our register.php page. So if you don't already have it open up Sublime Text, and we're going to save this, and we're going to save it into the folder wherever your XAMPP web server is, htdocs, and then find your website you created. So this one was called Slotify in this example. So there's our index.php page we created last time. I'm just going to save this into the same place. So register.php. Okay, so this is in the same folder as the index page. And remember, you can just type HTML, press tab, and you'll get the HTML structure. And we can just write welcome to something like that, whatever you want to put in there. And just to make sure it works, this is the register page, and I'll go across and make sure that worked. So I'll just go to register.php, but make sure you spell it right. This is okay, so we know we have the right page. Great. And we're going to get right into it. So we can get rid of that now that we know it works. And just create a div. So you can either just write div and press tab like that. Because like I said last time, Sublime Text auto-completes for you. So if you type the name of a tag and then press tab, it will auto-complete it for you. If you're using a text editor that doesn't auto-complete, obviously just write that out manually. And we're going to give this div an ID. Okay, this is just an identifier. And the ID is going to be input container, just like that, one word. And for those of you who don't know what these things are, divs and IDs, there's a good chance you'll understand what they mean just by doing this. So the more we go through this course, you will get a very good understanding of how they work. But if you still don't understand, you can just do a quick Google search. There's so many resources out there to learn this from, or ask me a question and I'll answer it. So inside this div, we're going to put a form tag. Okay, so form, press tab, and it will complete it for you. And this form is going to have the ID of login form. A form is basically how we send data to another page. So action is going to be register.php, which is the page we're on now. This action part is what page you want to send the data to. So we're going to send it to the page we are currently on, which is register.php. And then method equals post. This is just the method in which the data is sent. You will use post throughout this whole course, so you won't ever do anything other than post for this course. Alright, then inside here we're going to put an H2 tag. And the H tags are headers. You have H1, H2, H3. The number corresponds to the size of it. You'll see how that works now. We'll put login to your account. Save that, and we'll go back to here and just make sure we're seeing this. Refresh this page, and you should see log into your account. This is a slightly larger font. This is your H2 tag. So we'll carry on. We're going to put an input tag. So type input, press tab, and you'll get this. There's only one tag for this. You don't have a closing input, so you won't have this sort of thing. You don't get that with input. You only have the one. ID equals, let's call this login username, just like that. Name is going to be just login username again. And name is how this is referenced, how we can get the data from this field. You'll see how that works soon. Type equals text, like that, which is the type of input we're going to put in this field. This is a text box. So save that and we'll see how it works. You'll see there's a text box on this field now that you can type into. But we also give this a placeholder. So this is the empty box at the moment, but we're going to give it a placeholder now. So type placeholder equals, and then we can say e.g. Bart Simpson, like that or something. Refresh that page, and you'll see a placeholder now. And then when I type in this, it goes away. See what I mean? And the last thing, just put required, like that. And all this means is it won't let you submit the form unless this has a value, because we always want the username field to have a value. Okay, so copy that whole input. Let me just make this full screen so you can see it a bit easier. So copy that whole input line, okay, and paste it again below. And this, all we're going to change is username. This is going to be password, like that. Okay, copy that, paste it in there. And then we don't want a placeholder on the password field, because we don't want to have a suggestion for that. So just leave a placeholder out of that. And also change this type equals text to type equals password. Because let me just show you real quick. If we had text, type equals text, so you'll see our second field here. If I had type equals text, you'd be able to see your password as you're typing. But if you change this to type equals password, you'll see that when I type in there, the characters are hidden. But you're seeing that these actually appear on the same line, and we obviously don't want that. We want them to appear on separate lines. So we could use a bit of CSS to do that, it'd be really easy, but what we're going to do is separate these even further into their own components. So we're going to have a paragraph tag right here. And for those that don't know, the paragraph tags always appear on separate lines. Let me just copy and paste this real quick. Don't copy this, just watch. You'll see that if I have two paragraph tags like that, they'll appear on separate lines. See, separate lines, they don't appear next to each other. So we're going to use the paragraph tags now to make our inputs appear on separate lines. So get your empty paragraph tag and move one of these inputs into there, like that. And now we're going to do the same for this input. So create your paragraph tag, copy the password one into there, and you'll see just by doing that, they now appear on separate lines. And then the very last thing we're going to do is put a label tag. So type label, press tab, and the label is just going to be, it's easier if you just see how this works. I'll just write username. You also write for, and copy and paste that into there. Save that, let me just show you how it looks. And you'll see we have a label next to our text box now. So we'll do the same thing for password. So above there, type label, press tab, password, and then for, and copy and paste that into there. And this for attribute has to correspond to the ID. So this has to match the ID of whichever input it corresponds to. And this doesn't really do a whole lot, the label tag. All it does is means that if I click on the label itself, it activates the field. So instead of having to click on the field, if I click on this label, you'll see it puts my input into the field. That's pretty much all it does, aside from giving a little visual as well as to what the field is. Clicking on it also allows you to activate the field. And then the very last thing we're going to do is just create our submit button now. So outside of those paragraph tags, just type button, press tab, and then this is going to be type equals submit because it submits our form. The name is going to be login button, like that, and then here you can just write log in, and then refresh that and you'll see a login button. Okay, and remember how I said this was a required field? So this is what I mean. If I don't submit a value in here, it won't let me submit the form. If I type something in there, this is also required, so I need to put something in there too. If I type something in both of them and press that, it submits the form. And that's it, that is our login form. Obviously it's not styled yet and it doesn't do anything, but that is all our login form is going to consist of. Our register form is going to be something very similar, just with some extra fields. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we had our login form set up like that. Like I said, it doesn't do anything and it's not styled yet, but that is our form. What we're going to do now is just get the register form set up, which is, like I said last time, is going to be a very similar thing, just with some extra fields. So what you can actually do is just copy and paste this whole form part. Okay, copy that, and we can just paste it below. I'll make some space for us so we can see, and click paste. And we're going to change the ID of the form from login form to register form. Change their h2 tag text to create your free account, and then the ID of the input form you can change to anything you want as long as it's different from this login username. So you can use register username if you want to, but I'm just going to use username like that, and change the name as well to username. Text can stay the same, placeholder can also stay the same, and keep required. Although because we changed this ID, we have to change this for here to username, because remember the for has to correspond to the ID. And like I said, it doesn't matter what you call the ID as long as it's different from here, because if they were the same and we tried to get the login username text, it would get, well, which one would it take? So they have to be different. So we're going to create some space underneath the password one, because the password fields are going to be the last part of this form. Copy and paste this username field again, because this is a text field and all of our other fields are going to be text fields. So we're going to copy and paste that one more time. This will be the first name, this can be last name, this can be email, this can be the email confirmation, so they're going to type their email in twice, and then we're going to have password down here, and then one more password, which is your confirm password. So copy and paste the password one and paste that in there. Okay, now we have all of our fields, although at the moment they all say username, so we're going to go and change those now. So I said the second one down was going to be first name, so change this to first name, copy and paste that there, copy and paste that into there as well, so for an ID and match, and also the name. This can be first name like that, and then e.g. Bert Simpson, Bart, last name, and this is going to be last name, one word, copy and paste that, and this can be Simpson. This is going to be email, change this to email, change this to email, change this to email. Also change type of this one to email, because email is a type of input, and I'll show you what that does in a minute. But e.g. we can do bart@gmail.com, and then we're going to do confirm email. And we're going to do email to, copy and paste that into there and there, and then this is also email, just like above, and then this can just be the same thing, bart@gmail.com. Password, there's not much to change, we just have to change this to password, copy and paste that in there, so we're calling this password. And then we can also do password there, but this will be password 2, there, and also just write confirm password like that. And then that's it. We're going to keep this button down here, but this isn't going to say login, it's going to say sign up. And this is going to be register button. And that's it. Let's save that, and we're going to see both of the forms now on the page. So you have your login form and you have your create account form. And I decided let's put a placeholder in the password one too. So even in the password fields, we're going to put placeholder equals your password. Okay, copy and paste that into there, and then we'll do it onto the login one as well, like that. Save it, refresh the page, and we'll see there. And you can change that to confirm your password if you want to, but that's okay. So now we have our login form, and we also have our register form. And eventually we're going to only show one of these at a time. So if they want to log in, we'll show the login form. And if they want to create an account, we'll only show the register form. So you won't see both on the same page eventually. Okay, but for now, good start. We've made our login form and our register form. How's it going? Last time we created our register form, so now we have both our login form and our register form on this page. What we're going to do now is just a brief introduction to PHP. So at the top, right above the HTML tag, make some space, and then we're going to open up a PHP block, and we do that like this. So those tags create our PHP block, and all our PHP code can go inside of here. So anytime you want to use PHP on your website, you can just put these PHP blocks. It doesn't matter where you put these, as long as you put the tags in there, you can put some PHP anywhere. So I can put it down here, for example. Don't copy this, just to see how it works. Echo hello, like that, and I can do that. Save it and refresh the page, and you'll see hello right there, because all echo does is a PHP term for print. So this just prints something to the screen. Okay, so I'll just remove that and go back up to the top here. So we're going to put some PHP code in here. All we're going to do is write a bit of code that detects when our login button is pressed. So we're going to do an if statement, okay, and inside the parentheses we're going to say if is set, parentheses again, $_post in all capitals, square brackets, single quotes, and then inside here is the name of the input, so the name of the button. So we're going to say login button, which is the name here, remember? So login, copy the name there, paste that in there. So if is set $_post inside square brackets login button, but the login button has to go inside single quotes as well. And this is saying if the login button has been pressed, do something. So if it has, we're just going to say echo login button was pressed, just like that. Alright, so when I refresh this page, you won't see anything because the login button hasn't been pressed. Now if I press the login button, remember I have to fill these in because these are required fields. If I press this login button now, you'll see login button was pressed. So that's how we're going to know that they've submitted a form, they've tried to log in, or they've tried to register. So nice. Inside here you can leave a comment if you want by doing 2 slashes. You can just say login button was pressed. Just maybe helps you understand what's going on. And we're going to do another one for the register button. So copy and paste that now. And this is going to be register button. Okay, and change this to register if you want. So register button was pressed. And in here you can just to make sure it works. Register was pressed. There, save that. Refresh. When you try and refresh a form, you get a confirmation dialog up here asking if you want to resubmit the form. This is a browser thing. This is not a problem, but I'll show you a way around this so that that doesn't happen later on. For now, don't worry about that. Just refresh the page. All you have to know about that is if you did click confirm on that dialog, it would just resubmit the form with exactly the same values you submitted it last time. Okay, so it's not a problem at all. But I'll show you how to get around that later on. So we're going to add some values into here now. Remember, these are required fields. So we have, in order to test that our button works, we have to make sure they all have values. So just give them some values. Click sign up. Oh, because these are type email. So you see our form right here. We have for the email inputs, we have type equals email. It's expecting an @ sign like that. Okay. So just put something and then maybe something else. Now sign up, and you see register button was pressed. Okay, great, and that's it. So that's just a very brief introduction on PHP. You won't need much more of an introduction because you'll learn it all as we go. So even if you've never seen or heard of PHP before, you'll be absolutely fine in this course. Don't worry. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time I shown you a little demo of how we can recognize when one of the buttons is pressed. So for example, when our register button is pressed. Now what I'm going to do is show you how you can actually get the values that the users put into these text boxes. Obviously with the register form, we want to take the username, first name, last name, and all of this. And I'll show you how we do that. If you scroll down to where you created your HTML elements, you'll see we have these name attributes here. And the name attributes are what we use to access the data in the text areas. So for example, to get the username, use this name equals username. So I'll copy that. And I'll scroll up to our block here for when the register button is pressed. Okay, not the login one, when the register button is pressed. And we'll create a variable in PHP, which is done with the $sign. So we can say username. So if you see the $sign, that means it's a variable. It's the same in some other languages. You might have seen var to create a variable. So it might look something like var username. Okay, or some languages you say the type. So you'd say like string username. In PHP, you just say a $sign. There's no other word than that. So we're creating our username variable, and this is going to equal $_post, and inside the square brackets you put the name. So the name in my example was username, so I'll use that. And just to show you it worked, I can actually echo, which remember that means print username. Now if I go back to here, refresh the page, and then I will actually submit this form. So I'll put Reese Kenny. There you go. Put some other values in there because remember these need to be filled in for it to actually submit the form. So put something in there, and password, doesn't matter what it is, and click sign up, and you'll see at the top it echoed the username, the value we put inside the username field, which was accessed like this. Okay, and it's really that simple. That is how we get the data from the fields, and now all we need to do is process the data. So we have to make sure it's clean, and I'll show you what that means very soon. But we just have to do a little bit of processing to the data before we can insert it into the database. So get rid of this echo block right here, and this I'll show you a couple of things we're going to do to the username to make sure we're happy with the way it is before we send it to the database. So we're going to do this. Type username again, so exactly the same variable, and say equals strip tags. Strip tags is a PHP function, and I'll show you what that means in a minute. username. So strip tags strips all the HTML elements that might be within a string. So if the string, if they put this in the username, some text maybe, but they also put something like this, like a button or something like that, some HTML elements, it will get rid of these, okay? Because we don't want them submitting HTML elements to the database, because people can manipulate your site if they can essentially insert their own elements to your page. So we strip the tags, but we're going to do something similar. One more thing is username, so the same variable equals str underscore replace, so string replace. I'm going to replace all spaces, so do double quotes, space, comma, and then an empty single quotes, so I've done 2 single quotes there. And the third parameter, just put username. So what this is going to do is look for all the spaces that appear in the username and replace it with an empty string. This string replace function takes whatever's in the first parameter, it will find all occurrences of this. So if we did A, replace all occurrences with B, it would take every single A it finds and replace it with B. We're going to take every single space we find in their username and replace it with an empty string, nothing. That means if they enter a username like this, it will get replaced and we'll just have that. Okay, we don't want them submitting usernames with spaces to the database. And that's all the sanitizing we're going to do for the username. So we're going to do the same for the rest of the values, so for first name, last name. So you can essentially copy and paste this again. So we've got username, carry some space underneath. I'm going to do this for first name, just like that. And the name for first name, I've called it just first name. So take your name, put it in there for post first name, and replace all the username variables here with first name. And we're going to do one more thing with this, which is just to uppercase the first letter of the string. So you can just say first name equals UC first. The name of the function UC first is all in lowercase. And then inside of that, put str to lower. And then inside there, we're just going to put first name. So this will uppercase the first character. So if they enter this for the name, the first character would be uppercase and then it would be inserted into the database like that. So this part in the middle though, str to lower, string to lower, converts all the string to lowercase first. The reason we're doing that is because if we didn't do the string to lower part and they entered this with an uppercase C maybe, like that, the first character would be uppercase and they'd be left with that. So before we uppercase the first character, we make all the rest of the string lowercase. Okay, so convert all the characters to lowercase and then we uppercase the first character. Just see what that is. And that's, yeah, we basically do exactly the same for the rest of the fields. But instead of doing this for every single one, we could copy and paste this for every single one, so do the same for last name, email, but we'd be repeating a lot of the code. So to save us repeating code, because that's something we don't want to do, we're going to just create a function at the top that does this for us. So create a function, which is something we can call over and over again, and call this sanitize form username. And brackets, it's going to take one parameter, which is input text. If you haven't done functions before, bear with us because you will learn about functions as we go, just by doing this. So even if you don't understand what functions are yet, don't freak out. You'll learn about these as we go, and if you really want, you can go and look it up online. There's loads of resources for it, but you'd be fine to just carry on and you'll understand how these work just by doing these examples. So bear with us even if you don't know what this is. So we've created this function called sanitize form username, and you can basically copy and paste these 2 lines here. So put them inside there, and then input text is the text we're going to be performing the sanitization on. So we're going to take whatever they pass into this function, we're going to strip the tags, and then we're going to replace all the spaces with an empty character, and then just return input text like that. And why we've done that is because now, instead of having those lines below for the username, we can just call this function, so I'll copy that name, and we can just call the function like this. Sanitize form username, and in the brackets, pass in this. So instead of having instead of having like 3 lines below username what we just had, we now only have the 1. And we can do the same for the rest of the string. So copy and paste this function. It's going to be slightly different for username because we don't uppercase the first character. But change the username to string. This will just be a generic string sanitization one as opposed to a username sanitization function. So this is our string sanitization function. And we can basically copy those lines from below, those three, alright, and then put those in there. We're going to keep the return part, okay, keep the return input text, but just copy and paste that and replace first name with input text, all these places, and that's it. So the forms, so the sanitized form string function, it's the same as username. It strips the tags and replaces the spaces with the empty character, but it also uppercases the first letter. And now we can just call this function in a similar way, brackets, like that, and get rid of that. And now instead of having 4 lines at least for every single field, we can just have the 1 line for all of them. So we're going to do last name here, last name, and this is going to be last name. What else is there? There's email, so you can just call this email, and this can be email because I remember the names that we used for these. This will be email 2 because remember we have 2 of them for them to confirm their email, and then 2 more lines for password. Password is going to be its own function. It's going to be very similar. It's just a very short one. So copy one of these, doesn't matter which, and create a new function. This is going to be sanitized form password, and this is a simpler one. All we do in this is just strip the tags. We don't replace any spaces or anything because they can have spaces in their password if they want, and that's it. So we have a new function, sanitized form password, which only strips the tags. Okay, so copy paste the name of the sanitized form password function, and we're essentially doing the same thing as we did above. So password equals sanitized form password, and in brackets there just $_post. You could just copy and paste this, I know, but we can type it out too. Password, like that, and then copy and paste that 1 more line below, and this is going to be password 2, and there you go. Just like that, we've cleaned our data, and it's in a very neat and efficient way, because without doing the functions this way, we'd have had all of these lines repeated for every single input. So this is a much neater way of doing it, a much more organized way. So that's it. We now handle the form submission and we clean the data, and now we're ready to actually do something with it. So if you want to go and test it out, you can go back to here, type something in, doesn't matter what. So just fill these out. Just make sure there's no errors when we submit the form. Okay. Something in there too, and you shouldn't see anything, no error messages hopefully there. So the fact we didn't see anything is good. If we saw big error messages in here, that's when we know there'd be a problem. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we wrote these 3 functions up here which sanitize our data for us. Now we're ready to actually do something with that data, but before we go ahead and do that, we're going to just separate this page up a little bit and make it a little bit more organized. At the moment our page is quite long with all these functions and these handlers right here and all of our HTML code. This would only grow if we continue doing everything on one page. So we're going to take this whole PHP block, so right from the very first line, all the way down to the closing PHP tag right here, copy that, or cut it I should say, and create a new file. So Command N or Control N if you're on a Windows machine, or just go to File, New File. And then paste all that in there, and we're going to save this in here, but we're going to create a new folder. So this is our root folder. See, there's your register page and your index page. So we're going to create a new folder in here. This is going to be called includes. Create a new folder there. But then we're going to create one more new folder inside of the includes folder. So in the includes folder, click new folder again. And then this is going to be handlers. Save that. And then we're going to save this file into the handlers folder. So save it as register handler.php. Of course, you're free to call this whatever you want, but I'm just going to call it registerhandler.php and save it, like I said, in the handlers folder. And click save. Yeah, ignore that message and just go. And you're going to get this message popping up quite a lot from Sublime Text, but asking you to buy a license, but just click cancel. Or go ahead and buy a license. So this page right here is going to handle our register form submission. That's why we call it register handler. So this login part right here doesn't belong in this page, so cut that, okay, and make a new file. Just while we're here, we're going to just create a new one for the login handler too. So we have to create new PHP tags, so PHP, and then close your PHP tags off. Inside there, just paste that. Okay, and we're not doing anything with that code right now, so just save this file, and we're actually done with this for a little bit. So in the same folder, the handlers folder, save this as login handler.php. Okay, and like I said, we're done with this for a bit, so you can even close that down if you want to. We don't need the login handler yet. So there you go, we have a dedicated file for the register form submission. Now we just need to make sure we reference this, because at the moment our register page doesn't know anything about that form. So we can add a reference to that file like so. Open PHP tags, and inside there we're just going to say include, and this is going to be the link to the file you want to include in the page. So we're going to say include, and the folder was called includes / handlers / register handler.php, just like that. And you'll know if you got this right, because when you save this, and I'll also save registerhandler.php, when you save that and refresh the page, if you see an error, it's probably an error saying that you can't find the file. So refresh this, or I don't see any errors. So if it couldn't find your file, you'd have an error message at the top saying that it can't find it. So if you don't see anything, you know it's worked. And what include does, it basically takes this whole file and copies and pastes the code into your page when the website loads. So saying include this file is exactly the same as if you just took all this text and just had it all up here like that, because that's essentially what it does. So when this page is loading, it very first thing it does is goes to this file here, takes all the code from it, and pastes it into your page. You don't see it do that obviously, but that's essentially all it does. Okay, and the last thing about this include that I want to tell you is that it starts in whatever folder you're in. So we're in the register.php file. It starts from whichever folder the register.php file is in. And if you look at our file structure, we have the register.php file, which is where we are now. That's our current location, and then that's why we started with include, because if from there we go into the includes folder. Okay, and that's it. That's really all there is to it. It's just a bit more organized, and you can see instead of all that PHP code at the top, now we just have our HTML code. So while we're here, we'll just do the login handler as well. Like I said, we don't do anything with the login handler yet, but you can just include that too while we're here, so we don't forget. And give that a save, and just make sure there's no errors when you refresh the page. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we separated our register handler code from our register.php page, and the same for login handler. Just makes things a little bit easier to work with and a little bit neater. Now that we've done that, we can actually continue with our register button handler and actually prepare to insert the data into the database. So I'm just quickly going to remove the spaces between these, just so it keeps things together. And we're going to make some space underneath that. So there's a bunch of checks we need to do on these things. For example, we need to check that the username is long enough, that the first name is long enough, that the emails match each other, that the passwords match, that the passwords don't contain any characters we don't want them to contain. So yeah, there's a bunch of checks we should do on these things. So we're going to do this stuff right here. And we're going to create functions that do this for us. Instead of writing all the code in this space here, we'll write functions, and here we'll just call the functions. Very similar to how we did it up here with the sanitize functions. So underneath these functions here, we'll create our validation functions, which is going to validate the input. So function, this can be validate username, like that, validate username. And it's going to take a username, so you can just say UN if you want username. Alright, and actually copy and paste that, and this will be validate first name, and this can just be FN for first name. Same thing for last name, so validate last name, this can be LN, and then we only have two more functions to create here at the moment, and it's going to be, one is going to be validate emails, plural emails, because we have two emails, remember, so EM, and then comma, and do EM2,
And then the last one is just going to be for the passwords. So copy and paste the validate emails one, and this is going to be validate passwords, and one can be PW for password, and then PW2. And that's it. Now we're just going to call those functions. So copy the name of the validate username function, and down here, just call it and pass in username like that. Okay, copy and paste that. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just take the names of these. Just validate username. This will be validate first name and change the variable to first name. One can be validate last name right there and change this to last name. Validate emails and change this to email and email too. Okay, and the last one is validate passwords. Validate passwords like that, and then password, and then password too. And that's it. We called there are our validation functions called. Obviously, they don't have anything in them yet, but we've called them, and we don't want to do anything with them. So these won't return anything. So we don't have to get any data from them. We don't have to do something like result equals the result of this call, because there will be no result. So we don't have to actually do anything with them. We just have to call these, because all these functions are going to do is check that they're okay, and if they're not okay, it's going to insert some error messages into an error message array. I won't really explain that now. You'll see how that works as we go, but that's all we need to do for now. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we declared all our functions that are going to validate the input for us, but we're going to change this slightly. Now that you've seen how it works and how we're going to call the functions, we're actually going to take these functions and we're going to move them into their own class. So we're going to create a class called account, right? And this account class is going to handle all of the validation of the input and the login and the registration. So for some of you, this might be your first exposure to classes, but if you've never seen them before, don't worry, still follow along, because you'll pick it up fast. They're actually really simple. If you do have any questions though, remember you can always ask me. I'm happy to help. So any questions at all, just let me know. But we'll go ahead and create this class now. So create a new file, Command N, Control N, whatever you have. And this is going to be our class, but we're going to save it into the includes folder. So go to your includes folder and then create a new folder inside of the includes folder. So new folder called classes. So now inside the includes folder you have a classes folder and a handlers folder. So this classes folder is for the classes, you guessed it. So we're going to create account.php. And classes by convention have an uppercase letter for their first character. Okay, so we're calling this account with an uppercase A. So this is going to be our account class. So save that. And inside the account.php class, we're going to open up our PHP tags like that. And then write class account with an uppercase A like that. And then that's it now. We're going to create a constructor, and a constructor is just something that's called as soon as the class is initialized. So as soon as you create a variable of this class, this code that we're about to write will be called. You'll see how this works though as we go, so don't worry about it if you don't understand that. So function underscore construct. There's two underscores there, parentheses like that, and then your curly braces. Don't worry about this. This looks a bit of a horrible way to write something, but with the double underscores, but just write it like that. You won't have to deal with this again. We're typing this out, so just type that out as you see it, and all you need to know is that this code right here is called as soon as the variable of this class is created. And that's actually it. We have our class now. So you can go ahead and take all these functions from the register handler page, so get rid of those from there and move them into this account class like that, and I'll just highlight them all and press tab to move them all along, and then make these private. So we add private on the front of these functions like this, and what that does is it means that these can only be called from within this class. This is best practice, so that these functions can't be called from outside this class. You'll see how that works very soon though, because we'll write a public function and we're also going to write private functions. So you will see what the differences are soon. So that probably won't mean a whole lot to you if you've only just started with classes, but just continue, follow along, and it will become clearer. So and then we're going to write one more function at the top. This is going to be our register function, and this is going to be a public one. Like I said, follow along, you'll see how this works. Public function register, and then save that. And go back to your register handler. Remember down here we called all of these functions. Well, now since we moved these functions, we're going to take that code, so get rid of that from there, move it into the account one, and we're going to put it inside of this register function, like that. So highlight all those and tab those across. So the register function is going to be the one function we call, and this register function is going to call a bunch of other functions from within it. This is why we call this public and these ones private. The public one is one that we're going to manually call, so we're going to say register, and then the register function is going to call these from within itself, which is why they're private, because the register function can access private ones because it's within its own class. And in order to call these functions, we actually have to put something on the front. We have to say $this and then arrow. And what this does, it basically says this instance of the class, this function. Again, like a lot of the things I'm saying today, it will become clear to you as you go and as you start using this stuff. As soon as I explain it to you, before you've seen it actually used, it's going to be pretty confusing for you. So I'm not going to elaborate a whole lot on the explanations for now, because just by using them, and as you see us use them, you will really understand how it works. So now, when we call this one function, it calls all of these functions. Okay, and we can actually test that they're being called. We can just put something in here inside the validate username, just to test out that it is actually calling this. We can say username function called. All right, just temporarily, and then we'll go back to our register handler code down here. So in here, we're going to create our account variable, and we're going to call this register function. So the way we're going to create it is by saying account equals new account, like that. Remember the uppercase A, and that's it. We're going to have a problem though, because we haven't actually added a reference to this. It knows nothing about the account class. We have to include the account.php code, just like we did include the handler code right here. So same sort of thing. So if you want, you can just copy and paste one of those includes there. And we could go and add this to the top of this file like this, the register handler one, but we're not going to do that. We're actually going to add it to the register.php code. So above these two, okay, we're going to just add another include. This is going to be includes / classes / account.php. Account.php, just like that. Okay, and then because we have the reference here, we can just create our account variable here. So copy and paste this code from here. We're not going to have it there. Move it to the register.php code like that. So account equals new account, and then we're just going to call that register function. So account register, just like that. And we're going to see some errors because this register function is calling this code right here, but these variables don't actually have values. Like this is an undefined variable right now, but we'll just call it and just see what happens, just so you can actually see that it is actually working. And there you go, your undefined variables there. But you can see this part that we added, this string username function called in the account.php class, this part that we echoed. So just by calling this one function, it called all the rest of the functions. Okay, so ignore those error messages for now. This is just to demonstrate to you how we're going to call the register function, which is going to call all these other functions. Okay, so there you go. A very quick setup for our account.php class, and for some of you, a first introduction to classes. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got our account class set up, and we even called this function and just made sure these are actually working. So we're going to continue working on this account class now. And we're going to sort these out. Remember when we tested this function out, there was all those errors on the page because these variables haven't been defined yet. So we need to pass these variables, which come from our form, into the register class. So this register function is actually going to take some parameters. It's going to take a username parameter. So we can just say UN for username and then change this to UN. It's also going to take a first name parameter, so FN, and then change this one to FN. It's going to take a last name parameter, so LN, and change this to LN. And it's going to take an email and email to parameters, so EM and then also em2 like that, and then this can just be em, this can be em2, and the same thing for passwords, so pw and pw2. I'm shortening these variable names because otherwise if we did the whole name it'd be a pretty long line, so pw and pw2, and just change that to pw, and then finally pw2. Alright, so go back to our register.php page where we called this register function and remove that. Just cut it or copy it for now. We don't want to call it there because from here we don't actually have access to the fields, so we can't get the data from the text boxes. So we're actually going to call the register function from the register handler.php code. But keep this code here, this can stay. We're going to create the account variable from here so that we can use it in this page, but also we can use it on this page, and I'll show you why we need to use it on this page later on. For now, just leave that there, go to your register handler .php code, and then in here, underneath where you do your sanitization functions, call your account arrow register. So use on the account variable, which we still have access to because this was declared above this class. Because remember what I said, when you include it, it basically copies all the code and then paste it below. So doing that is essentially just like that, remember. So we created the variable here and we're accessing it underneath. So this variable is able to be accessed in this code, which is why we can call it here. So account register, we're calling the register function. But remember we just added these parameters, so we actually need to add the parameter values. So this can be username, first name, these are these variables here by the way, and we have last name, and then we also have email, which is email, and then we also have email too, and then finally we have password and password too. Okay, so now when you press the register button, it will sanitize the data and it will call the register function. And inside the register function, we're going to validate the information they've added. So we'll start off by validating the username because it's the first function we're calling. So we'll start there. And the very first check we're going to do on this, firstly remove this line, we don't need that anymore. The first thing we're going to do on this username validation is to check the length of the username, make sure it's a suitable length. So we're going to say if strlen, so string length, this means the length of a string, so un, which is the parameter here, so if the length of username, this returns the length of characters, so if your username is cat, it would return 3 because the length of this is 3 characters long. So strlen, string length, is greater than 25 characters, or, which is a double pipe symbol, is the pipe symbol, look for any keyboard, just a big line down, so or strlen un again, or if the length of the username variable is less than 5, then we don't want to allow them to register because this means if the length of the username variable is greater than 25 characters, or if the length of the username variable is less than 5 characters. Okay, this means that their username has to be between 25 and 5 characters. Alright, so if it's not, so if any of these are true, it means that their username is not within the length we want. We're going to add an error to the error array. We don't actually have the error array yet, so at the top we can actually create that. We're going to say private error array, just like that, and that's it. But then inside the constructor, remember the constructor I said is the first thing that gets called, the first bit of code that gets executed when you create an object of this class. We're going to just say this arrow, because if you remember down here when I explained this refers to the instance of this class. Just follow along for now if you still don't understand that. It took me a while to get the hang of that, so just know that you have to call this in order to access this variable. So this error array equals array. So when we create a variable of type account, like we do here in the register.php class, the very first thing that happens is it will do this code here. In this case, we set our error array variable to be an empty array. Okay, and then going back to this validate username function, we can just add an error message to the array. So if the username is out of the bounds we want, we can just put array underscore push, and then inside there, this error array, this is the array we're going to push the value into, and the value we're going to put into the array is the error message. So it can be your username must be between 5 and 25 characters, just like that. So if their username's too long or too short, then we'll put this error message into the error array. Okay, and then we'll just return. We don't want to continue executing this function. If we find any errors at all, the registration will be unsuccessful, so we'll just return there. So just put return, and that's it for that. So if the username is a suitable length, the only check we need to do is check that the username doesn't already exist. So we haven't actually created the user table yet, so we can't do that at the moment. So for now, I'll just leave a comment so we know we have to come back to it. To do like that, and then we can just say check if username exists. So we'll come back to this when we have the user table set up. And that's it. That's the only check we're going to do on the username for now. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we started writing the username validation function. We left the to do because we haven't actually set up our users table yet, so we can't check if the username exists. So we'll come back to that part. But we'll just copy and paste this part of the validate username function and paste it into the validate first name and validate last name function, because we're going to do pretty much the same thing there. So copy and paste it into there. And then for the validate first name, we just want to make sure the name is not less than, I don't know, 2 characters. We can also change this error message to your first name must be between 2 and 25 characters. Alright, and do the same sort of thing below for the last name. So to your last name must be between 2 and 25 characters. But we also need to change the parameters, because at the moment it's saying UN and UN isn't in this function, and we have to change it to FN. So FN there, and this one is LN. So copy that, paste LN, and then LN, just like that. All right, and that is all the validation we're going to do for the first name and last name. There's nothing else to do there. So I'll just remove some space like that. And yeah, validate first name, validate last name functions are done. So we only have 2 more functions to do, and that's the validate emails and validate passwords one. So validate emails, we're going to do 3 checks. So the first one's going to be if EM is not equal to EM2. Just real simple. If the emails that they've entered aren't the same, we're going to copy and paste this array push part and just change the message to, very simply, your emails don't match, just like that, and then return. Okay, that's 1 of 3 checks done. The second check we're going to do is just to make sure it's in the correct format. So if not, which is an exclamation point, so if this is not true, filter underscore var, and just copy it out. I'll explain this once I've typed it out. EM, and the second parameter of that function is all caps filter underscore validate underscore email. Filter underscore validate underscore email, like that. And what this does, this checks whether this is in the correct format. So this knows what format an email should be in, and it checks if EM, the email variable, is not in the correct format. Then we can just copy and paste those 2 lines above, paste it in there, and change this error message to email is invalid, just like that, and then return as well. Okay, some of you might be wondering why we need this, because if you look at the email field itself, you see type equals email, and you're probably thinking that means that it will check the types for us. Let me just refresh this. Those are our error messages from last time. So I'll just refresh the page. And yeah, some of you might be thinking that the type email stops us from entering a string that's not an email. So if I try and submit this, you'll see that it doesn't let us submit the form. It says please include an @ in the email. So the problem is it only checks for an @ with a little bit of text afterwards. Okay, if I don't have a bit of text afterwards, it still knows it's invalid. But if I have a little bit of text after, it thinks that's a valid email, so the form's submitted. The reason is because technically you don't need the .com or anything part of an email, the extension, for it to be a valid email. Technically, this is a valid email. So we need to check manually ourselves that it's valid. And what this check here does is it makes sure that it contains the .com part, .co.uk or whatever it is. Alright, so this just basically is a second check to make sure it's a valid email. So the last thing to do is just to check that the email hasn't already been used, and like I said earlier, we don't actually have the users table set up yet, so we can't do that check. So we'll just say to do check that username hasn't already been used. Okay, and that's it. So far we've done the username, the first name, last name, and emails. Obviously we do have some to-dos here, but we'll come back and do this later. The only thing left to do is the validate passwords one. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've done the validate functions for all of these, the username, first name, last name, and emails, we're going to do it for the passwords now. That's the only function left to do. And there's going to be 3 checks in there again. The first check is very simple, just to see if they're the same. So just like we did with the emails, we can say if pw is not equal to pw2, just like that. And then copy and paste this array push part and the return, or type it out again if you really want. Then just change that to your passwords don't match. Okay, there's the first check then. 2 more to go. The next check is going to be if it contains anything other than alphanumeric characters. Alphanumeric characters are letters and numbers. So if it contains any punctuation, exclamation points or anything, we don't want that. So if preg underscore match, and this matches a pattern, you'll see in a minute, so just follow along, and I'll explain this once I've typed it out. And this part is going to be the pattern, and the second parameter is going to be just pw for your password variable. So we're basically saying if password matches this pattern, then do this. And the pattern we're going to match is the following. It's a little bit complicated at first glance, so just probably best to just watch me type it out first and I'll explain it afterwards. So slash square brackets, and then we have the arrow upwards that we use for exponentials, and then we're going to do uppercase A dash uppercase Z, like that, and then lowercase a dash lowercase z, like that, and then simply 0 dash 9, and then close that square brackets off and do one more forward slash. And what this is saying, if password matches this expression, and the expression is not, this arrow here means not, so not A to Z lowercase, or 0 to 9. So this is saying if it's not within this range, if it's not within A to Z uppercase, A to Z lowercase, or 0 to 9, it's obviously contains some other characters which you don't want to accept. So if that evaluates true, then we're going to do a similar sort of thing, array push with the return. So array push, and change this to your password can only contain numbers and letters. Perfect. And then the final check to do is just to check whether the length of the password is suitable. And we've already checked for the length in the first name and the last name, so you can just copy that if you want. We're going to do a similar sort of if statement and paste that underneath. So I've just copied that from the validate first name function. We change the parameters to pw and pw here, and we can change that to 30, and then that can be 5. Feel free to change it to whatever length you want them to use. And then, so if it's not, then we're going to say your password must be between 30, let's go 5 and 30 characters. And that is it. That's our validate passwords function done. If you're wondering why we're not checking for password 2, it's because we check, the very first check we do is to check whether password and password 2 are the same. If they're not the same, we won't get to this part because we return. Okay, so if we get to these parts, we know the passwords are the same, which is why we don't have to check password 2. Checking password 1 is enough because, like I said, they're both the same. And that's it, the validate passwords function. Those are all our validation functions done, with the exception of the to-dos, which I mentioned before, but that's a very good start. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we're done with our validation functions, with the exception of these to-dos, of course, which we still haven't done yet, we can go ahead and decide whether we actually want to insert the data into the database. So in the register function, underneath where you do your validations, we're going to have an if statement which says if empty, with the parentheses there, and inside the parentheses put this arrow error array, just like that. So if empty, this error array. So this is, as you can probably guess, checking whether the error array is actually empty or not. This empty function is going to return true or false depending on whether there are actually any values inside this array. So this is the same as saying if this is equals true. So that's fine too. If you want to have equals true there, it's fine, but it's exactly the same as if you don't have that. But if you're just starting out with all this and you want to be a bit more explicit with it, you can just put true like that. Okay. If it is empty, we know there were no errors inserted, and we can go ahead and insert into database. Else, which means this didn't evaluate to true, which means there are values inside the error array. It means that somewhere one of these things pushed a value into the array, which means that one of the conditions failed. Okay, so here we can just return false like that. Here for now we can just return true. This will change later though, but for now just put return true, and here put return false. And then inside of our register handler.php class, where we called this function, remember this is where we called the register function, we can actually give the result of this call to a variable. So we can just say $was successful like that equals this. So remember, this is going to return true or false depending on whether there are any errors in the error array. So it's going to return true or false, and it's going to assign the variable into this was successful variable. And underneath that, we can very simply say if was successful equals true. Again, like I said before, you can leave the equals true off if you want to. That's exactly the same. But for the people that are just starting out with programming, we're going to be a bit more explicit and just leave equals true like that. So if it was true, we're going to redirect them to the index page. So header, parentheses, and then put location with a capital L, location, colon, index.php, like that. And what this header location is, it literally just takes them to whatever page you put. So in this case, it will take you to the index page. So if the registration was successful, we're going to take them to the index page. And that's all we need to do. We're ready now to go and test that these validation functions actually work, because we haven't actually tested these yet. So we're ready to do that now.
Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've pretty much completed our validation functions, it's time to actually do something with those errors. Because at the moment we create errors if their input isn't valid, but we don't actually do anything with it yet. So now we're going to actually output this to the user so that they can correct their mistakes. So what we want to do, in register.php, we will be outputting the error messages next to their respective field. For example, if the first name has a problem, we'll output the error message by the first name field. So we're going to create a function in account.php. It's a real small function, and all this function is going to do is check to see if we have any errors. So underneath the register function, we can just create another function called public. It's going to be public because we're going to call this from outside of our class. So public function get error, and this is going to take a parameter which is just going to be the error message to look for in the error array. So you can just put all this error if you like. And like I said, real simple, all this function is going to do is check the error array in this class to see if the error message we pass in exists. You'll see what I mean now. So we're going to say if not, remember the exclamation point, not in underscore array. So in underscore array, and inside there put error, because this is what's going to look for. And the array it's going to look for it in is this error array, like that. And what the inArray function does is it just checks to see if the given parameter exists in this array. So we're checking to see if error exists in the error array. And if it doesn't, because this is not, remember, so if it doesn't, we can just change error to an empty string. So we're searching for something, so we might pass it into this, maybe we pass in this is passed into the array like that. Then we're looking for this, and if it doesn't find it, it will set this to just an empty string, and you'll see why now. In the very last line of this, we're just going to do return an HTML element, so
span class equals error message, like that, and close that span off, and then put your closing span tag on there right now, and that should be a slash at the front of that. So this is what your closing tag looks like, and inside of that span tag we're just going to put our error string. So just put error like that, and that's it. So notice here we have to use single quotes because we're already inside of a string. If we use double quotes there, it will end the string. You see how this is outside of the string now? So if you're using quotes within a string, you of course have to use single quotes. And save that, and that should be it for that function. So all this does is check to see if the error we pass in is in the array. And then real simple, just go back to your register.php class, and this is where we're going to output the error messages if there are any. So above the label tag, put your PHP blocks, remember calling some PHP code, right, echo account, which is the variable we created up here. So echo account, arrow, get, error, like that. Okay, which is the function we just created. But if you remember, we need to add a parameter to this. So we're going to check for a certain error message, and this is for the username. So go back to where you did the username validation, right here, validate username. And this is the error message we'll be pushing into the array if there's an error with the username. So just copy that and paste that in there like that. Okay, and let's see if that worked. Before we go and put the others in there, let's go see if that worked. So this error message is saying the username must be between 5 and 25 characters. So we're going to go and submit this form now with a username which is less than 5 characters, and we should see an error message. So I'll put username, just A, one letter, and I'll fill all this in, and I'll fill this in, and I'll put a password in there, and then I'll click sign up, and we should hopefully see an error message. Your username must be between 5 and 25 characters. Obviously we haven't styled this yet, so ignore the fact that it appears on the same line. When we style this, it'll look nice, but for now this is good. This is what I wanted. Okay, and if I refresh this page, the error message goes away, of course. So that's it. We know it works. Now it's just a case of going through and putting those in for everything else. So just copy where we've done that. And how many error messages do we have for the first name? So first name and last name, we only have one error message that can possibly be output. So put that in there, and we need to change these error messages now. So for the first name, the error message is like this. So copy that and paste it here, like that. And the last name is like that. Paste it in there. And I need to tell you that you need to check for the exact same error message. So if, for example, I changed this for some reason, I changed it to 26 characters, and I forget to change it here, it's still going to be looking for the 25 character error message, so it won't find it. So you need to make sure that this matches the one you have that you're checking for, so this needs to match that exactly. Once we get this working, I'll show you a better way of doing this, and what we'll do is we'll store these strings somewhere, and then we'll just call a reference to the string. So we'll only have this string stored in one place in a separate file, and it means that if we ever change it, we won't have to go and change everywhere else. Don't worry about that for now. I'll show you that in the coming videos, but for now, just do it like this, and remember these need to be exactly the same, okay? They need to match what you have here. So that's the username, first name, and last name done. Let's do the same for email. I think of email, we have 2 at the moment. We will eventually have 3 because we have this to do here, but for now we have 2 error messages possible. So paste 1, paste 2, and then the first one we're checking for is your emails don't match. Paste that in there. And then the second one is email is invalid. Like that. Okay, and then password we have 3. So I'll copy and paste both of those. And we're not going to put the error messages by the confirm email because we only need to have it next to one. We don't need them by both of them. So above password, just put those, and we need a third one, so copy and paste one more, and then change them into the password error messages. So from the password validation function, just copy those, copy this one too, and then finally copy this one, and then that is it. We are done. So now when you submit your form, if there are any errors with it, let me just save this, you will see if we've done it correctly, some nice error messages. So let's go and I'll put a username that's too long this time. So I think we should have 25 characters. That's got to be over 25 characters. I'll put a first name that's less than the amount of characters, and the same with the email. I'll put an email that passes the validation of the text field that I talked about, but without the .com. All right, I'll do the same here. Oh. In fact, we'll make sure they match. Okay, password is going to be a bunch of question marks because it shouldn't let it in because it's not an alphanumeric character. Actually, I'll make sure they match as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so let's see what we get. So username must be between 5 and 25 characters because we had one letter in there. Same for that. Last name, same for that. Email is invalid because we didn't have the .com or whatever. Your password can contain numbers or letters because I had a password that only had question marks. Okay, so let's put something else in there. I'll just fill these in. I'll do a valid email, but I'll make it so they don't match. So there we go. There. So they don't match, so it should produce a different error now. And now I'll do passwords that don't match, that do only contain alphanumeric characters. So sign up. See, emails don't match and passwords don't match. And so there, that's it. Our checks are working. So the next thing we should probably do is, you know how when you submit this form, all your values go away? Well, we can make it so it remembers the value you had in there before, so you won't have to type it all out again. So I think that'll be a good thing to do next. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our error messages outputting correctly, I said we're going to make the form remember your values so that if you input your email, for example, and there's a problem with it, you won't have to start from scratch and enter everything again. It will remember your value from the previous submission. Before we do that though, we're going to fix one problem I briefly addressed in the last video. At the moment, with the error messages, if you make a small change to this, you have to remember to go and change it in the register handler class, in the register.php class, I mean. Because the usernames you look for must match exactly with the username you put into the array. So we're going to fix that because the best way to do it would be if this only existed in one place, so that way if you made a change to it you wouldn't have to go and change it elsewhere. It's actually a really simple thing to do. Just create a new class, so a new file, click save, and we're going to save it in the classes folder, so includes classes, and then save it as constants.php, constants with an uppercase C. Okay, click save, and now create your PHP tags, and then inside that, class constants, and that's it. There's no constructor in this class, so this is kind of all we need to do. This is going to contain all of our error message strings, so we can just say public static, and I'll explain what this means in a minute. Let's call this passwords do not match. Okay, equals, and then this is going to be the error message for our passwords do not match. So go back to account.php and go validate passwords, and this is the error message for when your passwords don't match. So passwords do not match. All right, and what this does, this public means it's available from outside the class. The static means you don't have to create an instance of the class first. And what that means is, with our account class, when we wanted to call the functions, for example, when we want to call the register function, we had to create an instance of the account class, right, like this. Account equals new account, like that. That's called creating an instance. With static functions and static members, we don't have to create instances of those classes. So you'll see how that works so when we use it. But for now, just copy and paste this again, probably a bunch more times because we have all these error messages we have to put in there. So let's go, we're still on the passwords one. Copy and paste this, and this is for password can contain numbers and letters. So let's just call this one password not alphanumeric, because alphanumeric is what we're checking for. Paste that in there. Next one. There. So paste that at the next line down. Passwords must be between 5 and 10 characters. So you can just say password characters. Okay, next one. email is invalid. Go constants, next one down. Email invalid. Emails don't match. Paste this in there. Call this emails. Oops, spell it right. Emails do not match. Okay, validate last name. We can just call this last name characters, and same for first name. First name characters, and then finally the username. Paste that in there and put username characters. Okay, I think that's it for now. We obviously we do have these 2 checks we still need to do, so we'll have 2 more error messages to output, but for now that's it. So get rid of these last 3, we made too many, and that's it. Okay, so now instead of manually typing the string in, we can get it from here, and you see how that works now. So firstly we have to include this constants file. So go back to register.php at the top, underneath account, this part, we're going to include classes. This would be constants.php, and this will allow us to actually use it. And in the accounts class, instead of inserting this string here, we're actually going to insert constants and then double colon, and then what do we call it for the username one? The username characters. So where we're here, $, username characters, just like that. This is how we're going to call it. But that's also how we're going to check for it. So when we check for that error message, instead of checking for this, we check for this. So in both cases, when we insert and when we try and look for the error, we're checking for the variable, and the variable points to this. So if we change this now to 6 characters or 26 characters, then we won't have to go and update it anywhere else. So already this is a much neater way of doing it. So just to make sure that works, before we go and do all the others, we'll just check it right here. So do a username that's too small, fill these in. There. See, there's our error message. So now it's just a case of going through and completing those for the rest of them. So same thing here. Constants, colon, colon, and the double colon, by the way, is just like the arrow. So in the register handler, we use an arrow to call the function. Well, the arrow is when you have an instance of the class, whereas a double colon is when you don't have an instance because it's static, like this. They're static. We don't need to create an instance of this class to use these. Okay, if that doesn't mean much to you, don't worry about it. Don't let it confuse you. All you need to know is if the function or the member is static, we use a double colon to call it. So change all of these now. So first name characters, $, first name characters, and we'll go and copy that and put it into register.php. There. Okay, I can do the same for last name characters, so copy and paste that. And I know we just called that last name characters, so let's change that to last name characters. Alright. Same in here. Alright, and then this is going to be emails don't match, which is emails do not match. So replace the name of that. Copy and paste all this and put it into account.php as well. Your emails don't match. Next one is email is invalid, so paste that. I'm going to change the name to email invalid, so account.php. Email invalid, copy that, paste it in here. Okay, next one down is your passwords don't match, so paste that in there. I'm going to change this to passwords do not match. There. Copy this and paste it in here as well. 2 more to go. So paste this there. This is the one for the alphanumeric characters. So password is not alphanumeric. Paste that. Copy this. It's a bit repetitive, I know, but bear with me. Nearly done. And then one more there. And this is going to be passwords, characters, password characters, and then finally put that in here as well. And that is it. So no different result from a visual perspective. It does exactly the same things it did before, but this is a much cleaner way because we're no longer checking for the strings manually. We are using the static members which contain those strings, which means if we do want to make a change to the wording slightly, or if we need to change the error message at all, then we only have to do it in one place now. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time is just implement this constants class, which just made it a little bit easier for us to maintain the error messages that we output. What we're going to do now is something I mentioned briefly a couple of videos ago, which is to remember the values of this form when you submit. So for example, if I submit this form and the username isn't valid and it doesn't successfully register, it's going to bring us back to this page and it's going to show us the messages. It would be nice if it remembered the values you entered last time so you wouldn't have to re-enter it again. So we're going to do that this video. And it's actually really, really simple. All we're going to do is add a value to these input elements. Because you'll see, for example, if I added a value to this input element, so hello, save that, you'll see that we have the value inside the input element like this. So all we want to do is just put whatever they entered last time into this string right here. And how do we get that value? Well, if you look in registerhandler.php, we take the values from the form using this post with the square brackets. So this is the value that they entered. So all we need to do is put this variable into the value. So we do it like this. Because it's a PHP variable, we need to put our PHP tags in there. So inside the value double quotes, put your PHP tags like that, and then just put echo, and then $_post, square brackets, single quotes, and then whatever the name is of this field. So this is username, like that. Alright. And semicolon, and close the PHP tags off. The problem with this, though, you're going to see right now, is that this isn't always set. If we haven't submitted the form yet, we're going to get an error in there. You'll see right here, this is actually an error outputted. It's going to say something along the lines of undefined index username, because we haven't actually submitted the form yet, so this doesn't actually have a value. But you'll see if I do submit this form, so I'll put Reese Kenny, you'll see that once we submit this, okay, I'll make sure the emails don't match. So you'll see it remembered the value from last time. But if I just refresh this page now, it goes away because this isn't, and this is no longer set. So what we're going to do is only use this if it's been set. Now a very simple way to do this is, instead of putting this up there, we can just create a very short function up here, really simple. Just say function get input value, like that. Alright, and this is going to take a name, which will be the name of the input, and we can just do this. If is set $_post, and then this would be name, then echo $_post with name. And that is it. That's the function. So now, what this function does is it takes a name, so for example, the name of your field, for example, username, so name, username, and usually we do something like $_post and then username, like that, don't we? But spelled correctly. Now we're just passing this name part into this function, like that, and we just put it inside the post variable like that. So you'll see we call this function, so I'm copy paste the name of the function, and I'm going to go back down here, and then we're just going to say, inside the PHP tags like that, we don't have to echo it or anything, just that, because inside the function we echo it, so we don't need to put echo like that. So get input value, and inside that just put the name of this input field, which in this case is username, like that. Now this will only use the value if it's been set. So refresh this page, the error goes away, but if I give this a value, okay, submit this form, there, use that and use this, you'll see this time round it remembers this. So we don't have any more error messages, and it takes the value if it's been set. So that's it. I told you it was simple. It's really, really easy. So we'll just copy and paste this again, and we'll put it into these ones now. So value, and this is going to be first name. Remember, you're taking the name part. I know we have the name exactly the same as the ID, but you don't have to do that. So let's paste it into there, and this one's going to be last name, and then we'll paste this one in here, email, and then this one is going to be email 2, like that. And we're not going to do it for passwords, we don't want to remember those, and then that's it. So let's refresh this page and fill in the form, see if it remembers the value. So I'll put that, I'll put Reese like that, and then Kenny, and even there, and then there, and I'll make sure these passwords don't match so we get to see the error messages there. So it's remembered all these values, and then we have our error message, and if there was something wrong with this, we could just correct it now. But that's it. I told you, really, really simple. And then if you refresh the page, you get to start over. So when you submit the form, it remembers the values. When you just refresh the page, it goes away. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we wrote this little function which allows us to remember the values from the previous form submission. This just saves the user having to type out the names or usernames again if there's a problem with them. Now we're ready to move on to the database side of things and create our users table. So go ahead and open a new tab and then go to localhost /php myadmin. PHP myadmin. Now this is the front end for our MySQL database. So go to that. If this doesn't work for you and you can't see it, make sure you have the MySQL database running. Okay, this needs to be running. So then go to new, and then in here, the create database, we'll put the database name as whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. Just I'll call it Slotify. I guess that's my name of my website. So Slotify. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, and I'll go and find this new database right here, and you'll see there's no tables in there, so it's giving me the option to create a table. So inside here, type users, which is going to be the name of our table, and go ahead and give this 8 columns. Okay, 8 columns. So we have 8 column templates here, and this is how we create the table. So the first column is going to have the name ID, the type is going to stay as int, and then scroll along to the right, and you'll see this AI right here, which stands for auto increment. And change the drop down to the left of it to primary key. And what this means, the auto increment means that this value right here in this column, the ID, will increment automatically every single time a new value is added. For example, the first user to be entered into this database table will have the ID of 1. The second user will have the ID of 2. Okay, this means we don't have to manually assign a value. For example, if we've got 50 people in the users table, and then I go and insert a new value, I won't have to go and check to see how many values there are to give it the ID of 51. It will automatically take the next number. Okay, so this just makes it a little bit easier for us. So auto increment, and then the primary key means that this is going to be a unique value in the table. We know that this value you can never have the same ID. So you never have a user with the ID of 7 and another user also with the ID of 7. They always have a unique ID. Okay. So that's all you need to know about that for now. That will probably become a bit clearer as we start using this. But the next column is going to be username, and the type of this is going to be varchar, and then the length is going to be how many characters we allow them to have. So 25 characters for a username is probably good. And then next column is going to be first name, like this, and there's also varchar. Varchar is like a text value. And then the length of this, let's just say 50, because 50 sounds like a good amount for a first name. Last name, and then varchar 50 again. Feel free to adjust these values as you like. Email, I don't know what the good value would be for the email, so we can just say, I don't know, 200 just to be safe. And then password. Now the password is going to be a varchar 32. And the reason it's going to be 32 is because we're going to encrypt this password before we put it into the database. And the encryption method we're using is going to transform the password into a 32 character long string. That probably won't make sense to some of you for now, but just put 32 in there and I'll explain that as we get to it. And then we have the sign up date, so the date they signed up, and this is going to be a date time, not date time, which is a little bit further down there, date time. Only difference is date would just have the date and time will also take the time. So date time, you don't have to put a length in there, and the same at the top I forgot to say, you don't have to put a length in there for int either. So length for int you don't need, and length for date time you don't need either, but for varchar you do. And then the last one is going to be profile pic, which will be the link to their profile picture, which we're just going to assign to them. Varchar, and then just put 500 for now because we don't know how long it's going to be. It's going to be the path to the file, and we don't know how many characters we're going to have in that. It's worth noting that if you use 500 on all of these, it won't use up extra memory because it will only use as much memory as it needs. For example, if I put 250 in there, it wouldn't use any more memory than if I put 25. All it means is you're restricted from putting in that many characters. So I can't put 26 characters in here. It only uses as much memory as the text that's inside the field. So it doesn't use any more memory than it has to. And that's it. Go ahead and click save. And that is our users table done. So click on the users table and you can see there's no results in here yet. But that's it. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we created our users table, which of course has no values at the moment, so you won't see any results in there. But now what we're going to do is actually prepare to insert the values the user enters in the form into the users table. Okay. Before we do that though, we need to set up the configuration file which will allow us to actually talk to the MySQL database. And this is actually really easy. Just create a new file and then save this. And I'm going to save it in includes and then just call it config.php like that. So in the includes folder, config.php. Now open your PHP tags like that. And then at the top, we're going to say ob_start like that. Ob_start. And what this does, it turns on output buffering, which you don't need to know a whole lot about at the moment. If you're just starting out with PHP, you can pretty much ignore this. And basically what it does is when a PHP page loads, it will send data to the server in pieces. This just means wait until you have all the data before sending it to the server. Like I said, you don't have to know a whole lot about this. You can look it up if you want more information, but in my experience, having this here makes it a little bit easier to work with and might save you some problems in the future. But if you don't understand that, just write it down anyway. It doesn't matter too much. Okay, so ob_start, and then we'll just put time zone. We have to set the time zone equals date underscore default time zone set. That should be set. Date underscore default underscore time zone underscore set. And in here you can put whatever you want to put. I'm going to put Europe, London, like that. Alright, and if you want to find your own time zone, you can just put PHP time zones, like that. And you get a list of supported time zones right here. Okay, so here we go. You see all the time zones, and then you can just choose one. So click on Europe, for example, and you'll get all of them here. So I chose Europe, London right here, but feel free to choose whatever you want. And then you just put that in there, and this just sets it. And this is just used so that when we store times in the database, we get a good time. And then we're going to put our connection variable for our MySQL database. So we're going to call it con, and you'll see that we use this for pretty much everything we do going forward. And say MySQLi underscore connect, and then in brackets put local host, which is your server, and then put root, which is the username, and it's a default username because we haven't set a username yet, so just call it root, and then an empty string. This is password. By default we don't have a password in our database. And then whatever you called your MySQL database, so I called mine Slotify right here, so I'm going to write Slotify in there. Alright, so we have the server name, we have the username, the password, and then the database name. All we're going to do now is just output an error message if it didn't work, so if it failed to connect to the database. So MySQLi underscore connect ERRNO, error no, and it just basically gets the error. So the error will be stored in this, so copy and paste that part right there, and then if there's an error, we're going to say echo failed to connect, just like that, and then append the error message with this. The dot in PHP appends strings together. So we've got this string appended with the actual error message. Alright, and to test if this works, we just have to create a reference to this file. So go back to register.php, and at the top here, the very first line underneath the PHP tag, put include in there, put includes / config.php, just like that. Alright, save that and refresh the page. If you don't see any error messages, you should be okay. So this worked. If, for example, I change the name of this database now to something which doesn't exist, and then go back and refresh the page, I should see an error message. Yeah, see unknown database with that name. Alright, so we know that it's calling this, so change this back now to whatever your database is called, so you shouldn't see any errors. And that's it. Now we can finally communicate with our MySQL database. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we created our config file which allows us to communicate with our MySQL database. Now it's time to actually start using it to insert the user details. So in the register.php, we're going to need to pass in the con variable over here, the connection variable. Remember, we've included the file here. So we have to pass in that con variable into our account object so we can use it in our account functions. Okay, so in register.php, where we create this account variable, we're going to pass in con like that. And then in the account class, we're going to need to go up to this constructor right here at the top. Remember, the constructor is the first thing that gets called when you create an object. So con, because we're passing this in, and then we're going to just create a variable at the top here as well, private con, like that. And then in this space here, just set this con equal to con, like that. So we're passing in the connection variable here, so we have it right here, and we're assigning it to the variable in the class like that. In our register function, remember, when we get to this part here, if empty, if this error message is empty, it means that no error messages were inserted when we check the data. It means we can go ahead and insert to the database. So instead of returning true, we're going to return a function we're going to call called insert user details. So we'll create that function right now. Underneath there, we'll say private function insert user details, like that. Alright. And this function is going to take a username, so UN. These are the values we're going to insert into the database. First name, so FN. Last name, LN. Email, EM. And then finally, password, just PW. And we can actually copy and paste the name of this function right here and put it right there. Return insert user details. And inside the parentheses, we're going to put username, first name, last name, and then password. But we can just copy and paste it exactly as we have here, because we have called them the same names as they appear up here. So username, first name, last name, email, and password. Alright, so that's great. Now all that's left to do is actually insert the details. So go down to our insert user details function, and we can just say encrypted PW for encrypted password equals MD5, which is the encryption method we're using, PW. So this MD5 function takes whatever our password is and encrypts it using the MD5 method. There are many different ways to encrypt passwords, but MD5 is a very simple way to get you started on encryption. Okay, it's very easy to understand, and for a beginner I recommend using MD5, but for more experienced users you can explore other encryption options. So if we pass in, for example, password, it's going to return some big long string of numbers and letters so that we can't see what it is. Okay, you'll see how that works when we actually submit a password to the database. So next one down is profile pic equals and this can be the link to our profile picture folder. We haven't actually created this folder yet, so we can create that right now. So inside the root folder, the one with our pages, create a new folder. This is going to be assets, which will be the folder that holds our images, our JavaScript files, CSS files. Inside the assets folder, create a new folder called images. And inside the images folder, create one more new folder called profile pics, like that. And this folder is going to contain all of our profile pictures. But for now, we're only going to add one. And I actually have this profile picture right here ready. It's just a simple picture of a face. It's 126 pixels by 126. So you can find your own profile picture, or you can use this one. I'll include it in the course contents, so you have access to this. So basically, I'm going to use that and drop it into the profile pics folder like that. And that should be it. So the path was assets, images, /profile -pics, like that. And then the name of the image was head_emerald.png. So I'll copy the name, head_emerald.png, like that. So that's our profile picture. And last thing before we actually insert the data, date equals date, like that. And inside the parentheses, put uppercase Y dash lowercase m dash lowercase d, like that, for year, month, day. So we need to use uppercase Y and lowercase m and d, because using anything other than that produces slightly different results in the way that it formats the years, the month, and the day. So for now, we're okay with just that. And now to actually insert the data. So result equals MySQL underscore query. And for a lot of you, this is your first query. For some of you, this might be your first query you've ever wrote, so you might want to watch what I do first and let me explain it, and then follow along. So con, remember we have to use this con because it's a class variable. So if we didn't do that and we just did it this way, we'd get an error because it doesn't know what this is. We have to make sure we put this arrow con at the front like that. Alright, and then the query itself is the second parameter, and that's going to be insert into users values, and inside there I'm going to type out the values first and then explain them afterwards, okay, rather than explain as I go. So watch me type it out first if you want, and then I'll explain each parameter afterwards. So un, like that, and a comma, single quotes, fn, like that, comma, single quotes, ln, comma, single quotes, em, single quote, comma, single quote, encrypted password, single quote, comma, single quote, date, single quote, comma, and then finally single quote, profile pic, single quote, and then parentheses. Okay, so what I've done there is this is the part we insert the values, and these parameters match up with our database table. So in the users table, if I click on structure, users table, and then structure, you'll see this is the structure of it. The first column is ID, which remember we put as auto increment, so it assigns the value on its own, so we left that blank. Okay, we still have to have this there, but we don't put a value in there. The next one is username. Alright, there, UN. Next one is first name, next one is last name, then email. So first name, last name, email. Then we have password, sign up date, and profile pic. Password, sign up date, profile pic. Okay, so you have to be in the order of the columns in your table. And one thing you need to know is you need to have single quotes around your variables. If you just did this, you get an error. So you have to have single quotes around your variables like that, okay? So if you're getting errors when you submit this, check that you have single quotes around every single value, and also check that you have a comma right here. Okay, you have to have commas between each one as well, but not on the last one. And then finally, just check that you have this last parentheses right here in the string. Often I forget to put that, so make sure you do have this last parentheses right here. Okay, and that's it. All you're going to do now is just return result, like that. And the reason we're doing that is because this MySQL query function returns true or false if it works or if it didn't work. So if this was successful, it will return true. If it wasn't, it will return false. Because if you look closely, we return that up here, and then in the register handler.php, when we call this register function, we use the value, which will be true or false depending whether the query succeeded, and then if it was true, we go to the index page. And that's it. All that's left to do now is test it out. Hey guys, welcome back. In the last video, we got this insert user details function set up, and now it's time to just make sure that this actually works. So we can go to our register.php form and just test this out and hope that it works. So we're going to go ahead and fill in our usernames. So I'll use that as my username. I'll type my name as Reese Kenny. I'll do reese@gmail.com. reese@gmail.com. That's not my actual email, by the way, before everyone tries to email it. And then password. Let's just go password and then password again. And sign up. If it's successful, we should be taken to the index page. So sign up. Okay, so call to undefined function insert user details, line 21. Let me just check what that is. So line 21, undefined function insert user details. Oh, I see. So I need to add this. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you don't add this keyword, it won't know. This refers to this class instance. So let me just save that. And then if I refresh the page, if you remember in one of my earlier videos, I briefly mentioned this confirm form resubmission window. And this basically means if you refresh the page, if I click continue, it will resubmit the form with the exact same details added before. So instead of me typing all that out again, I'll just click continue and you'll see it worked. So let me just go make sure that actually added now. So users, and there's my information. Let's just make sure it's okay. So email, there's the encrypted password I was talking about. So I entered the password, and this is what it changes it into. So it's encrypted it. So even if I look in the database, I don't know what that password is. Okay, sign up date's fine, and profile pic, great. So all the information is added perfectly. And see, I'll add another one. You'll see the ID for this one was 1, and when I add a new user, you'll see the ID is 2. So I'll go back now and add let's go back to register.php, and I'll do another one. Let's go Donkey Kong, like Donkey Kong, Donkey for last name Kong, email dk@yahoo.com, dk@yahoo.com, and then we'll do password as well. Actually, I'll do password 1. So I'll change one character just to show you how it all changes. So the password is password 1. So I'll sign up now. It should be taken to the index page. Okay, it worked. But let me show you the user. So I'll refresh this table, and you'll see automatically given the ID 2. We didn't have to do that. Let's go to here. Password. So this was password. This was password 1. Notice how even by changing one letter, the whole string changes completely. Okay, that's good because it makes it difficult to try and guess. You know, if this was password and if I change one character, it only changed slightly. You know, it might be easy to guess. But the fact that if you change one character, it changes the outcome completely. It makes it a little bit safer. Okay, so that works. In the next video, what I'll do is show you a real easy way of debugging something if it's gone wrong. So if you're trying to insert your data and it's not working and you don't know why, watch the next video and I'll try and show you some easy ways to debug this. All right. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video I just verified that my information was being inserted into the database correctly, which it is. But this might not be the case for you. In fact, there's a very good chance if it's your first time doing it that the data's not inserting and you don't know why. That's fine. So I'll show you a way now that might make it a little bit easier for you to figure out what the problem is. So the first thing you should do is compare your columns here and make sure you have the right number of columns to your query. So if I just go to my query real quick, this is my query right here. This insert into users. This part is the query, and I've just verified that all of these column names match up. So we have a blank one for ID. Okay, so ID. Then we've got username, first name, last name. Username, first name, last name.
email, password, sign up date, email, password, sign up date, and then profile pic finally. Okay, so maybe count them, make sure you have the right number. The second thing to do is to make sure you have single quotes around every single one of these. So if I was to do this and accidentally leave one of the single quotes off from outside of my variables, the query wouldn't work and it would just fail to insert. So make sure you have a single quotes around all your variables. The next thing you should do is make sure you have the commas. Okay, if you leave a comma out, it's not going to work. And some of you are probably watching this thinking that's pretty obvious, but you'll be surprised at how easy it is to do that. No matter how long you've been doing this for, I always forget to insert the commas or forget a single quote. It happens all the time. Okay, so just go through and double check you've got your single quotes and you have your commas. And the next thing is one of the most likely things that I forget to do, is this closing parentheses right here. I always forget to include that. So if you've got this, okay, so you have your opening parentheses here, but you don't have a closing one there, it's not going to work. So make sure you have this one. This I forget quite often. And then, of course, also make sure that you insert into the right table. Make sure you're not inserting to user table when you've actually called it users, okay? If you've done all that and you still can't figure it out, what I'm going to do is show you a way to debug this even further. So what you're going to do is you're going to take this query. Actually, what I'll do, I'll remove that closing parenthesis so that this will now fail. This query is going to fail. So copy and paste the query like that, and we're going to output this to the screen by saying echo like that. So you echo your query this way, and it will print out the query with all the variable values inserted as well. Okay, so I'll show you what that means now. So let's go back to my form, register.php. Did I save that? Yeah, I did. Bart Simpson. Let's go Bert Simpson. And then bart@gmail.com. Bart@gmail.com. Password, and then password, also password. Okay, and I sign up. And remember, this is going to fail, but what you're going to see is this query echoed on the screen. Okay, because I echoed this query, so when I submit this now, you're going to see the value. See up here. See, here's your query with all the values inserted. Yeah, all the variables have their values. And what you want to do is take this whole thing and insert it into the SQL tab. So from your table, it doesn't matter what table you go to SQL and replace it here. Put it there and click go. So this is telling me I have an error in my syntax. The problem is not with one of my columns being incorrect or the table name being incorrect, so I know I can fix that. If my error is different, so I'll put that on there and make it valid again. If my error is different, let's say I forgot to include this, I forgot to name the table correctly. I was trying to insert into user instead of users, and I execute this now. You'll see table user doesn't exist. So this tells me that the table's wrong. If I had one too many parameters, for example, if I had an extra parameter here with something in there, okay, and I tried to insert this now, column count doesn't match. I know I've got one too many or too little number of columns. So to summarize, by echoing the query part, not all this part, just the query part, it shows you on the screen what the query looks like with the variables inserted, and all you do is copy and paste that into the SQL tab right here and click go, and it will tell you in more detail what the errors are. Hey guys, welcome back. So by now you should hopefully have the values inserted into your database correctly. If not, you can just let me know and I'll help you out with that. But what we're going to do now is go back to these parts that we said we'd do a couple of videos ago. To check if the username exists and check if the emails exist. We waited until now because we wanted to wait until we finally had some information in there to check against. So let's go and do that now. It's really simple. There's not much to it. What we're going to do, I'm going to remove this comment because we're going to do it now. All we're going to do is write check username query like that. Check username equals MySQL underscore query this con like that. And the query part in double quotes is going to be select username from users where username equals UN like that. UN is this variable right here, the username. Don't forget to put that last single quote in. So we're just selecting all the usernames from the users table which match this, which should only be one. Okay, so put your semicolon, and then underneath that, all we're going to do is just an if statement, which says if MySQLi underscore num underscore rows, like that, and inside there put your check username query that you made above. Check username query, the same one goes in there. Okay, so if MySQLi num rows is not equal to 0, okay, if it's anything other than 0, then we're gonna array push, and inside there, just like we're doing the exactly same things we do with these error messages. So this arrow error array, like that, and then we're going to do constants, and then we haven't created this one yet, but we'll create this in a minute, and let's just call it username taken, like that. So we're going to push this array into there, and then you can just return. You don't need to return since this is the last one. It's going to return after this anyway, but you can just put that in there just for some consistency. So we have to create this username taken one now real quick. So open the constants folder, constants, it's in your classes folder, and then we have to make a username taken one. So copy and paste one of those, change this to username taken, and make sure it matches what you inserted right there, username taken, and then we can just write this username already exists, like that. Okay, and then if you remember, we also have to insert that here too. So go down to where we have the username, copy and paste that, and we can just put username taken, like that. Okay, so that's username done. We're going to do exactly the same thing for email. So copy and paste that. Then go down to your validate emails one, replace this comment with that, change this to check email query, and then you also want to replace it in here too for check email query. And then here we're going to select email from users, where email equals em, like that, which is the variable up here. And if check email query num rows is not equal to 0, array push, and this is going to be email taken, like that. Okay, so go to your constants page and create that one. I'll paste it up here where the other email error messages are. So we can just call this email taken, like that. This email is already in use. There you go. This email is already in use. And so we added this email taken to the constants class. Now go to the register class. Scroll down to where the email error messages are output, copy and paste one of those lines, and just change this to email taken, like that. So if we go and test this out now, if I try and use a username that's already taken, okay, it doesn't matter what I put in here. I'll also try and use an email that's already taken. So I think I use reese@gmail.com. Okay, password. Sign up now. This username already exists, and this email already exists too. So there we go, it works. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we've completely done with our register form. We've done all the validations, and we've made sure it works, and our error messages are great. Now what we're going to do is fix the login form, because we haven't really done anything with this at the moment. So the login form is actually really simple. Not like the register form where there was a lot for us to do. The login form is pretty simple. Much like we have the register handler.php, we already have the login handler.php. We made that a while ago. So if we open that right now, so I'll just open, file open, then go to includes, then handlers, and then login handler right here. So this at the moment, all it does is recognize when the login button was pressed. So this is actually really simple. There's really not much to do. All we're going to do is just get the two values from the login form, the username and password. Remember, we use the names to reference them, so we need to use login username and login password to reference them. So go back to login handler, and all we're going to say is username equals $_post, like this, because remember, this is how we get these variables. And inside there, login username. Alright, and then copy and paste that below, and this is going to be password, this is going to be login password. Alright, and remember they need to match here, login password. That's it. So we've taken our values from the form. All that's left to do is call our login function, which we haven't actually wrote yet. So this will be our login function. So let's write that function now. So go to account.php, create a new function, maybe at the top if you want, right here. Public function login, like that. Okay, it's going to take two parameters, a username, so UN, and a password, PW. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to first encrypt the password. So we're going to say PW equals MD5 PW, like that. This is going to encrypt the password. If you remember, I told you that in the users table the passwords appear like this. We're going to encrypt it. We're going to compare the password with this. We need to encrypt it first, because if we type in, remember this one here is password. If we type in password, it will output exactly the same string as that. So we're going to MD5 it, and if the strings are the same, we know it's the same password. So first we encrypt the password, and then all that's left to do is just check if it exists in the table. So query equals MySQL underscore query, like that, and this is going to be this arrow con, like that, our connection variable, and the query is just going to be select all from users where username equals UN, like that. Remember your single quotes either side, and password equals single quotes PW, like that. Okay, and that's it. That's our query. And all you have to do is check if they have a correct number of rows. So check if it was successful or not. So if MySQL underscore num rows, and put query in there like that, equals 1. So if there's one result found matching this username and password, then just return true, else return false, like that. Easy. Return true or return false. If it finds one row, return true for successful. If it finds anything other than one, return false. But we also want to output an error message too. So we're just going to, inside here, put array underscore push, just like we did below, this error array, like that. And then the error message is going to be constants login failed, like that. We're going to create this one now, so create one called login failed. So go to your constants class, copy and paste one of these. I'll make some space below because these are our register error messages, so this will be our login error message. So login failed, and then rename this to your username or password was incorrect, like that. Alright, save that, and then we can just go and output this now. So copy and paste one of the code lines we used to output the error message below, and paste that above the username part of the login form, and change this to our new one we just created, login failed, like that. So login failed, and that should be it. Our login function is done. All that's left to do now is check if it was correct and then redirect them. But before we do that, we do have to call this function though. So result equals account, which is our variable we created in the register file right here. Account arrow login, and then pass in the username and also pass in the password, like that. So this is the function we just created. And then really simply, if result equals true, remember I told you don't actually need to add this is true, that's fine. But to be a bit more explicit, we'll just say result equal true. We're just going to redirect them. Header, location, index.php. And that's it. That's all we're going to do. So let's go back and check this work now. So I'll try and log in with Reese Kenny. My password was password, like that. If it redirects me, it worked. Great, and let's just check our error message worked. So I'll log in with the wrong username and the wrong password as well. And there's our error message. Hey guys, welcome back. So what I did last time is get our login handler working, which now means our login form and our register form are both working as expected. The issue at the moment though is that you don't stay logged in. And what I mean by that is there's nothing keeping track of whether you're logged in or not. So I can go to the index page right now, index.php, and it works. We don't want to allow them to get to this page unless they're logged in, all right? Which means we have to maintain their login. So we have to remember whether they're logged in or not. And that's really, really simple. But I'll show you how to do that now. We're going to use something called sessions. And sessions allow you to save variable values across pages. Okay, so most variables lose their value as soon as you get off that page. But with session variables, they maintain their value. So the first thing you need to do, and there's not many things to do, this is one of the very short list of things to do, is write in the config.php file, session_start. And this enables the use of sessions. Okay, so without this, our sessions won't work. So remember this bit of code here, session_start. Okay, and we're nearly done. And now all you have to do is go to your login handler, and then in this part where if result is true, so if their login was successful, we're just going to write $_session like that, and this is going to be user logged in. So we're creating the session variable user logged in, and we're going to give it the value of username, which is this one up here, the value they entered in the form. So user logged in will be set to the user's username, and that's it. Copy and paste that line there because we need to do the same for the register handler. So and go to registerhandler.php, and in this part here, if login was successful, paste it there. You have to do it before we redirect the user. So session user logged in equals username, which is our variable up here. So user logged in, username. So that's it. We've created our session variables and it works. All that's left to do now is redirect them from the index page if they're not logged in already. So go to the index page, open that up, which is in the root of your website folder. So index.php, open that up, and above all the HTML code, open up some PHP tags, and this is where we're going to check to see if the session variable is set. So we're going to say if is set $_session and user logged in like that. If is set user logged in, and this needs to match exactly with how you have it here. Okay, this has to match exactly. Index.php. So if it is set, all we're going to do is create the PHP variable user logged in and set it equal to the session variable here. There. So now we're creating a variable called user logged in, which contains the user's username, because that's what we set this to. We set the session variable to the username, and that's it. Else, so if the session variable is not set, we want to redirect them back to the register page. So header, location, capital L, location, register.php, just like that. And it's that simple. We're going to have a problem with this at the moment, no, because we don't have the session start part we have up here. It's in the config file. Remember I said we need this for sessions to work? On the index page, there is no session start. So what we're going to do, rather than just add session start, we're going to add a reference to this config file. So right at the top there, put includes /config.php. And that's it. Now our session start code will be included on the index page, and we can use sessions. And it's really that simple. That's it. We've done all we need to do. And I'll show you what I mean. If I try and go to the index.php page now, you'll see it won't let me go there. It will redirect me back. So I'm back on the register.php page. If I log in though, password. I think I typed that right. Did I type that right? No, I typed it wrong. So password there. Now we can get there. So now I can be on the index page because I'm logged in. And you should also test it out with the register form. So you should test it here as well to make sure when you register successfully, it redirects you to the index page. If you want to manually log out though, all you need to do is include this code on the page. So just write session destroy. So we haven't actually included a log out button yet. So until we implement a log out button, if you ever want to log out manually, just include this code and then go to the index.php page, Okay, so my session's been destroyed, and I'll refresh, and then it takes me back. Okay, so session destroy is just a log out. So comment that out. Make sure only uncomment it if you need to use it, because if you forget to comment it out again, it will log you out every time, and you might not know why. So only include session destroy when you want to log out manually. And it's only temporary until we actually include a log out button. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our session variables set up, which allow us to stay logged in, we're going to go and apply some styling to this now, because at the moment it doesn't look very good. So go back to our editor and create a new file, and we're going to save this in the assets folder, and then we're going to create a new folder inside of that called CSS. So create, see the new folder inside of the assets folder, and this is where we're going to save our file. So save it as register.css. So register.css. So there's our file. Now go back to register.php, and we need to make a reference to it, because at the moment this file knows nothing about that file. So in the head tag right here, underneath title, we're going to write link, and if you press tab, if you're using Sublime Text anyway, press tab and it will fill in all of this for you, which basically lets the page know that this is a CSS reference. So in the href part, we put our link to our CSS file. So that was assets/css/register.css, and that's it. We've linked to our CSS file. Now anything we put in here will be reflected in our page. So we're going to create a background image first. So we're going to put a big background image, and if I show you what it actually looks like, this is the image we're going to be using. This is my actual site. And this image will be included with the course content, so you can use this one if you want to, or obviously you can go and find your own image. So this image is saved to my desktop at the moment, so I'll go and get that. So it's right here. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it in the assets folder, images, and right here. So inside the assets images folder. Save that. So the image is ready to use now. We're going to go back to our register.php page, and we're going to create a div for this background. So right, div, I'm going to give it an ID of background, like that. So ID background, and we need to move this along. So get this div input container right there, and select all the way down to its closing div, this one, so all of that, okay, and press tab and move all of that along. And then underneath that, put the closing div on for your new background div. So all I did is move our existing code across one space. Alright, so we have our new div there and our new closing div. So we can actually apply some style to this now. So in our register.css file, we're going to type #, or hashtag as some of you know it as, background, like that. Has to be the # because this is how you reference IDs, because we didn't use class background, we used ID. So there we're going to say background color 000, like that, which is a black background. This is the color code for the color black. And actually, if you save that and then go back to here, just make sure you see those changes. Refresh this page, and there it is. If you don't see it, you might need to clear your cache. So if I right click and inspect element right here, what this inspect element does, it allows me to see all of the HTML code behind the scenes. So I can see there's the input right here, and this all corresponds to the code you see here, just without the PHP. So you won't see any PHP code in here, but you'll see all of your code from here in the browser. So for example, there's our new background div, and there it is right there. So if you're not seeing your changes, firstly go to console, this tab up here, and make sure you're not seeing any errors. So for example, a 404 error saying that it can't find the CSS file. But if with this open, you can right click on the refresh button, at least in Chrome anyway, you can right click on the refresh and click empty cache and hard reload, and it'll clear the cache and do a reload for you. So maybe, and that might fix your problem. But if you click on this background div up here, the one we create, the new background div we created, you'll see there's our code that we just made. The background color 0 right there. This is what we just wrote. So it's right there. And if you apply this style right here, you'll see the changes live as you type. which makes it a little bit easier to play around and make it look better. So we'll just write background image like that, press tab to move along, and the value for that is going to be URL, open parentheses, and then we need the path to our image. And we're in the CSS folder at the moment, so we're currently in the CSS folder. So we need to go, to get to our image from here, we need to go back one folder, into the images folder, and right there. So let me just type that out again, background image, we need, so URL, open parentheses, we need to go back one folder, which is what // does, images, and then the image is called bg.jpg, like that. Put your closing brackets on and you should see it. Press enter and it'll take you down to the line below. Now we want to change the position of this, so background position, and then put center, like that. And underneath that, we're going to say background size. And the background size, we're going to say cover, which makes it spread across the whole page. And then display table, I'll explain that in a little bit. So just type that out for now. Height is going to be 100% because we want to take up 100% of the page height. Width is going to be also 100% because we want that to take up 100% of the page width. And that's it for now. So you'll see we have this image right here on our page. It looks pretty good. So copy and paste all this code, because if you look back at our page, you don't see the code you just made. So you have to copy and paste it into your editor. So save that. So the fact that you don't see your changes is good because you can play around with things and you won't. And if I want to play around with something, maybe change the values of these to 75% and see what it looks like, you can see your changes, and if you don't like them, you can just refresh your page and they'll be gone. Once you refresh your page, it all goes back to how it is in your text file. So that's it. A real quick introduction to the CSS. We just added a background image to our page, and then we'll be styling all of this to make this look better. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got this text set up so that when you click it, it will show or hide the relevant form. The problem is when the page loads, both the login form and the register form are showing. So we're going to work on it. So we're going to change that now so that it'll only show one when the page loads. Inside register.php, in the body element, create a script tag, so script, and press tab. And like I said before, you can actually get rid of this if you want to. You don't have to, but it just makes things a little bit cleaner. So inside the script tag, we're going to put the code that's just going to show and hide the relevant form. Now if you go back to register.php, we already have the code that shows or hides one of the forms. So copy and paste all of that, go back to our script tag, paste it in there, and I'll even select all this and press tab and move that along just to get the spacing correct. And then we only want these 2 lines of code. So take those, so I'm copying that and I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff. So keep the document.ready and then just paste those 2 lines in there. Alright, now if I save that and refresh the page now, you'll see only the register form is showing. Great, but what if we want the login form to show? So if we change this to that show and this one hide and refresh that page now, you'll see only the login form shows. But we do get a little glimpse of the register form when we refresh the page. So we can fix that pretty easily. Just go and get the ID of the register form. So register form ID right there. Go to your CSS file at the bottom, just do # for ID, register form, and just put display none, like that. And now when I refresh the page, you'll see we don't get the register form showing. But if I click on this now, you'll see it does show the register form. And if I click on that, it hides it and shows login form. Great. There is a slight problem though. So like I just said, the login form is showing. So if I want to sign up, I'll click on this and I'll fill this out now. So if I fill this out, right, so I'll just type some email in there, and then I'll type another email like that. So these obviously don't match. Okay, and I put a password in there and then another password. If I submit this form now, you'll see that the login form is showing because the page is refreshed. And if I'm actually going to see those error messages, I have to click on this just to see the error messages. And that's not what they want to do. They don't want to have to refresh the page and then click on that to see the register form again. So what we want to do is
If they've just submitted the register form, show the register form. If they haven't, then we'll show the login form. And that's actually really easy to do. All we need to do is just check whether they press the register button or the login button. So go back to here and into register.php, and the code up here that we use to show and hide it. So we basically want to have these same two lines just reversed, so this one with hide and this one show. All we need to do is write something that lets us know whether the register button was pressed or the login button was pressed. The problem is JavaScript can't tell when the PHP button was pressed. Okay, we can only do that with PHP. So what we're going to do is write some PHP which checks whether the register button was pressed, and if it was, we're going to output the relevant script. That'll make more sense to you in a minute once you see me do it. So open a PHP block outside of the script tag. So outside of this script, open a PHP block, and inside of that PHP block, just do if is set, and then $_post register button, like that. Alright, and just to show you, I can just say echo hello, just so you see. So go back to here and fill out the password and then press sign up, and you'll see hello at the top because the register button was pressed. That's how we know. Okay, so this always happens when the register button is pressed. So if the register button was pressed, we're going to output a certain script. So take this and we're going to print this out. Okay, so you'll see what I mean now. So we're going to say echo, because we're still in the PHP part of this, echo, and put a single quote, and then paste that script into there. If you want, you can move it along just so it's easy for you to see, and then press semicolon. So we're printing this script out. The reason we use single quotes is because we already use double quotes inside here, so we can't use the double quote. So if the register button is pressed, echo this one, and then we can just say else, copy all that, and paste the same thing again, just reversed. So hide and then show, like that. Okay, and now if I go back to here and submit this again, so just type password in there and submit this, you'll see the login form, I suppose. Let me just check I have those the correct way around. So if the register button is pressed, we're going to show, there you go, I have it the wrong way around. So you want to, if the register button is pressed, you want to hide the login form and show the register one. And down here, if the register button wasn't pressed, we want to show the login form and hide the register form. Okay, go back to here. So I'll submit that form again. Submit. And you'll see the register form shows. And you did see though, it flickers. So you see the login one first and then you switch to this. And a way around that is just to do the same thing we did for the register form. So down here, the register form, we put display none. You can just do exactly the same with the login form. So just put login form that way as well. So remember the comma, because it's applying to both of them. So the register form and the login form both have display none. So just save that, and this is just basically saying hide both of them, and then let our JavaScript show the correct one. So I'll submit that. And there you go. Now we don't see the login form at all when we submit the form. So if I go back to the login form now, but I press the login button, we only see the login form. And there you go, it's that easy. So just to reiterate, we're using PHP here to determine whether we're going to put this on the page, this script on the page, or whether we're going to put this script on the page. Okay, any questions at all, just let me know and I can explain it further for you. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time was style this so it looks a little bit more similar to my final version, this one. What we didn't do is add this check mark though. And the reason I didn't do that in the last video is because in this video I'm going to show you a really useful tool which gives you access to thousands of icons that you can change color to and use as you like. So what we're going to do is download something called Icons 8. You don't actually have to download this, but I do recommend it. You can simply use it from the website. If you go to Google and type in Icons 8, like that, and go to the top one, you get to this website here. And this is the website that gives you access to so many cool icons. And if you've ever developed anything before, you might know how much of a pain it is to find icons that match what the style you want and in the right color and the right quality too. So this website is one of the best resources I've found since I started developing. And they're not paying me for this or anything, so I'm not plugging this on my behalf. But I just really found this useful. I used to spend so long looking for icons, but this website, I actually only found this fairly recently, and I wish I found it sooner. So if you go to icons, I'll just show you some of the icons they offer. You'll see that if I click on iOS 10 or something like that, you get icons for iOS style like this. But if you also go to Windows 10, you have icons that kind of match a Windows 10 style. And if you go to, I don't know, color, you'll see we have colored icons like this. But also, if I go and search for something, maybe user, maybe we want a user icon for a navigation bar or something, you'll see it comes up with a bunch of different users that we can use to click on. And the same for iOS 10. If I click on iOS 10, you'll see iOS 10 styled ones. What's also good is we can change the color of all these as well. And if you don't want to download this, you can just search on this website and then click download here, and it'll allow you to download it, because I changed the resolution as well, so I can make a smaller icon or a bigger icon. And you can also click generate HTML, which will do this for you, give you the HTML you need to display your icon on your page. The only thing is, if you do use these, you will have to give them credit for the icons you use if you don't have the paid plan. So you don't have to buy anything, it's free to use, but there are some limitations. If it's free, you can only use PNG files. The maximum size you can take is 100 pixels. You can still download the app for it, which gives you all the icons offline, but you do have to, as it says here, link to this website. And all that means is when you use it, you just have to give credit saying I got my icon from Icons 8. Okay, so all you do is just maybe have a page on your website, like credits or something. When you click on it, it'll just say icons provided by Icons 8. I actually do have the unlimited plan, so I can export my files to SVG, EPS, or anything like that. It's really good. Like I say, not being paid for them or anything, this is not what that is, but I just really think this is useful. So we'll go ahead and download this now. You just click download and you click Icons 8 app like that, and then it should start the download for you. Or I should say it will do that when you click on the download Icons 8 button. So I already have it installed, so I'm not going to save it again, but you can go ahead and do that. And then when you have it installed, so I've closed that tab down now, when you have it, let me just show you, let me just open it up. This is the app it gives you. So it's an app like this. So as soon as you click away from the app, it disappears, but it's up here in my case, but you can also click it down there. And you have access to all of those icons. So maybe I want an arrow or something. I've got all these different kinds of arrows to use. I can get different styles. Maybe I'm developing for an Android device, or I want colored arrows like that. Or I can choose my arrow here and I can change the color this way. So if I want to make it green, I can do, or blue, and it'll change the color of all of these icons. So maybe I want this icon, but I want it in yellow or something like that. I can do that, or if I want it in blue like that. But I actually want this to be in the Spotify green color, and let me just inspect element and get that color. So I'll go to here and you'll see that in our login text, H1, we use the Spotify green here. So I'm going to copy that color code here and then go back to our Icons 8, and I'm going to make these all green like that. And I'm going to search for check or check mark, and you see right here we have one. You got two. One that disappeared. You got one that's slightly thinner and one that's slightly larger. And if I want to make it smaller or larger, I can do that up here, because 100 pixels at the moment is a bit too large. For an icon, I don't want it to be that big. It would take too long to load on a website. So we can actually just make this into a PNG 25, that's absolutely fine. So use PNG 25, and then you can just drag that into your folder. But let me just make sure I have my folder open. So assets, images, and we want to create an icons folder inside of the images folder. So in there, inside the images folder, you can just create a new folder. On a Mac, I did Command-Shift-N, or you can do File, New Folder, and just name it Icons like that. And inside the Icons folder, you can now just drag from icons 8 into there. And you'll see it changes to a check mark. And we're going to just rename this to just check mark like that. Okay, checkmark.png, and that means we can go back to our CSS file, and inside here we're just going to say background URL and then parentheses like that, and inside there do // because we're going to go up one folder, because remember our CSS file is currently in here, and we're going to go up one folder to here, and then into the images folder, images/icons/checkmark.png, like that. Okay, save that, go back to here and refresh the page, and hopefully we'll see a check mark, which you do, but that's not great, it's repeating it. Oh, I know, I forgot to do. After this, we also need to do no repeat, like that. Save that. And then it's also in the wrong place. And I think, off the top of my head, I think we just do 0, 0, which is just the X and Y positions. Okay, so it's still not quite right. Let me just inspect element on that. And it might be the padding we need to play with. So padding, if I make this 0, 10 px, it moves over. And what if I change that 10? So if I move that 10 up more, you'll see that it moves that along. So I can do 30 pixels there. And if I want to do some on top and bottom, I can do like that. Okay, so let's just do 5 pixels and 30 pixels. So this is doing 5 pixels on the top and bottom and 30 pixels left and right. Okay, and that's it. We have our check marks there. And don't forget to actually add that style in your CSS file, because at the moment if you refresh the page it won't be there. So go back to your CSS file and login text li right here. Change the padding to 5px, 30px, like that. So that's it. Obviously, if you don't want to download Icons 8, you don't have to. Maybe you have your own icons, or maybe you just want to find your own online. But I just really love this, and I wish more people knew about it. So whenever we download icons in this course, I'll be using this app. But like I said, when I do that, you can just take your icons from wherever you want. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we added this text down here, but it doesn't actually do anything yet. So we're going to make it so that when you click on it, it will show or hide the relevant form. And the way we're going to do that is just with a little bit of JavaScript. So go back to your text editor and create a new file and save this as, so we're going to save this in the assets folder. So assets, but create a new folder inside of the assets folder. So call this JS for JavaScript. So now in the assets folder we have a JS folder, and save the file inside the JS folder as register.js, like that. Save it, and there you go, there's our JavaScript file. And we're actually going to be using jQuery for this. And at the moment we don't have jQuery in our project, so we have to add a reference to that. So go back to your register.php, scroll to the top, and inside this head tag right here is where the reference to the jQuery library is going to go. And for those who don't know, jQuery is just a JavaScript library which for the most part just provides some useful abstraction which allow you to do things in a lot less lines than it would take doing it with purely JavaScript. So go to a new tab and just type in jQuery hosted, and then click on the first one from Google, and then you'll see this part right here, this script. Copy and paste that, and then go back to your register.php page and just paste that in there. And Google have hosted this jQuery library for us to use. So just by including that, we can now use jQuery. So now that we've got jQuery referenced and we can use it, go back to our register.js file. And it's your first time using jQuery or JavaScript, then you might find some of the syntax confusing. I know I did when I started out with it. In fact, it took me a while to come to grips with it and to really feel comfortable with it. I would suggest just carry on with it, just get through it, and you will, like everything else I seem to say in this course, you'll become a lot more familiar the more you use it. So even if you don't fully understand it yet, that's fine, just go with it, and you'll be absolutely fine in due course. And as always, if you have questions, just ask me and I'll get back to you real soon. So I'll explain this when I type it out, but for now just follow along. So $document, dot ready, and inside the parentheses we're going to put function with some parentheses there, and then the curly brace like that. Put a semicolon on the end of that too. And what this does is this will execute this code as soon as the document is ready. And that basically means when the page is ready and all its dependencies have loaded. So what we're going to do is write $sign with parentheses. Inside the parentheses, in double quotes, put dot hide login, which is this one right here, this span tag. So hide login dot click like that, and in parentheses, inside the parentheses, put function like that with curly braces that way, and put a semicolon on the end of that too. Inside of there, just put $, parentheses, and then £sign for ID, login form dot hide like that, and then copy and paste that below and just change login form to register form and put this as show. So hide the login form, show the register form. Okay, and I'm going to explain this in a minute, don't worry. Copy and paste that below, and just all we're going to do is just do the exact opposite. So instead of hide login, this is going to be hide register like that. This is going to be, now this can stay as login form, but change this to show and change this one to hide. Okay, and that's it, we're done with this. So let me just explain what this is. This $sign with the double quote inside and then the class or the ID attribute, this is how you create a jQuery object. And we're creating a jQuery object here with this selector, and we're saying when this element is clicked, we're going to do this. And we're hiding this element and showing this element. Alternately, when this element is clicked, show this one and hide this one. And I just realized this should actually be an ID, so it should be $sign or hashtag for some of you. It should be like that, because if you go back to register.php, you'll see that we've used ID for this. Okay, so save that, and you'll see when I refresh this page now, providing I've done everything right, one of these show and hide when I click on it. So I'll click on that, and it's not working, and I realize why. We haven't actually linked this JavaScript file yet. So go back to register.php, and we need to actually add a reference to this JavaScript file of ours. So I'm going to create some space underneath that just to separate the CSS files with the JavaScript files. And underneath the jQuery library there, make sure you do it underneath. We don't do it above, we don't do it underneath. Type script and then press tab, which will add this for you. And we don't actually need this part, so you can even get rid of that if you want. As of HTML5, you no longer need to have type text JavaScript, so you can actually get rid of that just to make it a little bit simpler. And inside this first script tag, all we're going to do is do src equals, and inside there just put assets slash js slash register dot js like that. Save that, and that should be good now. Refresh this. Now click on one of these, and you'll see that one was hidden. And if I click on this, it does the other way around. So there, so we know it works. If it still isn't working for you, you might just want to go back to your register.js file and put like print statements in there that just let you know which things are actually being executed. So for example, you might put one in here, console.log, I don't know, say document is ready. Alright. And if when you refresh your page, you see this in the console, you know that this part was executed successfully. So if I refresh the page now, and go to my console, so inspect element, go to console, and I see this, which is good. If you don't see that, it means that this code isn't even executing. So one of two things is going on. You have this wrong, maybe you've spelt something wrong or something, or you might not have even linked to this file successfully. So this link here that you've added might not be correct. So once you see this, you know that this is fine. You can then move that to inside of here, like that, and then just change this to something like login was pressed, and then you can even copy and paste one into the one below like that, and just change this to register was pressed. And then go back to here, and then when you press one of these, you should see login was pressed or register was pressed. If you don't see those, you know that the click handler isn't working. it's most likely that this selector is wrong. So just make sure you haven't used a dot here instead of a pound symbol. Make sure this is spelled correctly with the right case. You don't have a lowercase L there when it should be an uppercase. So yeah, that's just a little way to debug it if it's not working. Any problems though, just let me know and I'll help you out. Okay. So that's it. We have it working. The only thing we're not doing at the moment is showing or hiding one by default. So when the page loads, they're both shown, but that's not a problem. We'll fix that in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is add this text at the bottom of here that the users press to switch between the sign up and the login forms. So go back to your register.php page and scroll down to underneath the button right here and just create a div and give this the ID of has account text. This is a text that asks them whether they have an account already. And in there, all we're going to put is just an anchor tag. So press A, then press tab, and the href is going to be just a pound sign. It's not going to link to anywhere. And inside there, we're just going to create a span element, and the ID of this is just going to be hide login, like that. And the text can just be don't have an account yet, yet with a question mark, sign up here, like that. Okay, and that's it, that's simple. Now copy and paste that below as well, because we're going to do the same for the register form. So underneath the register button, and I just realized we shouldn't use ID for this, we should actually use class, because IDs should be unique on the page, so there should only ever be one element with that ID. So we're going to change this to class, okay, because they're both going to have the same class. And the ID of the span element right here is just going to be hide register, like that. And the text you can just change to something like already have an account question mark log in here. Okay, save that, and you'll see some text underneath our forms now. There you go, so there's our text. And now to style that, just right click, inspect element. There's not a whole lot of style to do. So select your span element right there, and we're going to say font weight is going to be bold, font size 12 pixels. Feel free to use whatever font size you want, of course. And then, actually no, that's it. Let's leave it at that. So just the 2 lines, real simple. Now go back to your style, your register.css file, and then at the bottom just put has account text. Remember we have class, so we have to use a dot, and then just do span, like that. Paste that in there and just get the spacing correct, and that's it. That's good. And then we're actually going to go to the element above that. So we've got the span element here. Go to the div above it, and we're going to add one line here. It's just going to be text align center, like that, to position it in the center. So just copy that. Go back to your style, and we can just say has account text, text, and just paste that in there. Okay, and that's it. Let me just refresh this so you see the changes. And there it is, you see the text at the bottom there. And next thing to do is just to make this actually work, so that when you press it, it will show or hide the relevant form. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to continue adding our style to this page now. So we're going to do it in the browser so we can see our changes live. And I forgot to say, if you ever want to move this to the side, you can click on these buttons up here and click on this side button, and it puts it over to the right this way. So you don't have to have it underneath. That's just somewhere I like to have it. So put it underneath if you want to, or move to the side. And what we're going to do now is style the input container. If you click on your elements part and then go extend this background one and login container, you'll see input container. And the input container is what holds all of our input fields, like the forms for the login and the forms for the register. So we're going to style this login container now. So if you go to the right and click on this register.css class right here, it will take you to the file. So here's our register.css class, exactly as it matches right here. And then underneath login container, just put a pound symbol, and then input container, like that. And in there, we're going to say width is going to be 400px. We're going to set that to a fixed width. And in fact, I'll actually style this in the elements tab, so just to show an alternate way of doing it. So you'll see there's the width 400 we just wrote, and if you click on that right now, you can type something underneath. So we'll say padding 45 pixels. And that 45 pixels, you see the green part right there? The green part is the padding. So the padding is the space around your element, okay? So 45 pixels padding. The difference between padding and margin is padding is the space inside of your box. So for example, this input container box, the padding is the spacing inside of it, whereas the margin would be padding outside of it. So the padding is inside the container and the margin is outside. But you'll become more familiar with both of those as we move forward. So we've done padding. Now let's put float left. That just keeps everything to the left. You won't see any changes yet. And then let's also say border right. So it's going to apply a border on the right. 1px solid. So there you go. There's a one pixel border solid, and then the color is going to be $999, like that. It's just kind of a grey colour. I already know that colour beforehand. So, but if you want to change colour, you can click on that little square and you can change this and see what it looks like right there. But I know that 999 works, so I'm going to leave it at that. And the reason we use solid is because you can have other things like dotted, for example, and there's like dots as well. But we're just going to use solid. Okay, so change that back. And that's it for that part. So copy and paste all that code. So I'm copy and pasting that. So I've copied it, move back to here, paste it underneath, and save it. And then we're going to apply some style to these header tags. So in the register.css class, which is in the sources tab, you can just put input container h2, because the h2, if you look right here, if I click on this arrow, I can click on this element there, and you'll see it's an h2 tag. So go back to sources. So input container h2, and all we're going to say is one thing in here, just text align center, and it moves the h2 tags into the center. So copy and paste that one underneath like that. Save that, and there's our changes. And you don't have to style this in the browser. If you want to do it all completely here, that's fine. The only thing is you get to see what you're doing as you're typing, and you get to play around with it. So we're going to apply some style to our input fields right now. So click on this button right here, this arrow, and select one of your inputs, and then click on element style. And this element style part just allows us to apply style to this specific thing and see what it looks like. So we can just say display block like this. You won't see the changes on the rest of them yet because this element style only applies to this element we're currently on. Okay, so display block, and what display block does, it means this element will be on its own line. You see how the label has gone to the line above? This element now takes up the whole line, so nothing will be alongside it. That's what display block does. You can say background color is just going to be transparent like that. So you see it's gone transparent. Border 0, no border, so it gets rid of the border. So border 0. Border bottom though, we will put a border on the bottom. Say 1px solid, and then we're going to make it a white border, which is just FFF like that. So 1px solid FFF. So we have a border underneath now. And then we can give this input a height now. So height is going to be 27 pixels, and then line height is going to be 27 pixels also. And then width is going to be 100%. So the input field now takes up the whole width of the space it has right there. And that's it. That's the code we want. So copy and paste this now, because like I said, this is only applying it to one field. So we're copy and pasting that code. Go back to your register.css file, and we're going to apply it to input container, and then input square brackets type equals text like this. Paste that in there, and what this is doing is applying this code to all the input field that have the type text that are also inside the input container. Save that, and you'll see, refresh the page, and you should see all of these text fields have this same style. The reason these ones don't is because these have the type email and these have the type password. They don't have the type text. We only target it to the ones with the type text. So if we want to do it for the password and email ones as well, just copy and paste that. Change this one to email. Notice the comma in between, you need the comma. And then comma, paste it one more time and do password like that. Okay, save that. And all the others should have that same style now. Right there, all these have the same style. Now when we type, you can see the input goes all the way across the space it has. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we applied this code here to give our page a background image. So we're going to continue styling this now. And first thing we're going to do is get rid of this border around the image. And that's real simple to do. Just go back to here and we'll put this right at the top because this is going to be like a base code. Just put HTML, comma, body. And what the comma means is it applies to this and it also applies to that. Alright, so we're applying this code to the HTML, we're also applying to the body. If you look in here, if you didn't know already, the HTML tag surrounds our whole HTML document, okay, right there. So it goes top to bottom. So inside there, we're just going to put padding 0, like that, margin 0, and then height 100%, like that. And if I refresh the page now, you'll see that's got rid of our border. Okay, because by default, the HTML tag has some padding, it has some margin, which adds a little bit of space between the elements and the borders. Okay, so we just got rid of that. So the thing with these HTML properties is there's a lot of them. So I won't be able to explain every single one in detail as we go. It would just take far too long. So what I'll do is I'll try and explain them the best I can as I type. But if you ever need a bit more information, you can ask me some questions or just Google search it, and there's so many pages explaining these things in a lot of detail. So if you don't understand something, ask me questions, follow along, and I really think you'll understand it as you move forward, or just take a little Google search on your own and you'll find what you're looking for, okay? But I will try my best to explain as I go. So we're going to apply some more style to this page now. I'm going to go back to our register.php, and then in between the background div and the input container div, right in between there, we're going to create one more div. Alright, so this one's going to be div, and it's going to have the ID of login container. Okay, and as with last time, get the div underneath, and we're going to tab it along to the right one space. So go all the way down to here. Right there, that's the closing div for that. So select all of that and press tab and move it along one space. And then underneath that, put your closing div on for the div you just created. So there's the closing div for this login container div, alright? And the reason we're going to do that is because this login container div is going to surround all of the code on this page, alright? This input container div is only going to surround the input, because later on we're going to have another div outside of this input container div which will have some information which looks like this. So later on we're going to have this div as well. So this login container div is going to just surround all the code, it's going to surround all of this. So once you've added that, save it, go back to our register page, and then create the ID, so the pound symbol, login container, and then press star. So login container star, and the star means all. So this code will be applied to everything in the login container. This is kind of where you can put your base code, like your default font size and font types and colors and stuff. So this is going to be all the default code you want to be applied with everything in this div. We're going to say color FFF. Save that, and you should see a white font color. And in fact, we're going to continue styling this code from the browser right here, so you can actually see your changes as you type. So right click, inspect element, and if you click on this arrow at the top, it allows you to choose which element you want. So just choose one of these with the white styling applied, and you can see this code right here, this login container code.
If you wanted to, you could click on this register.css link right here, and it will show you your register.css file. See, this file matches exactly with the file you have here. And if you want, you can add your styling this way. We can give this a better looking font now. We can say font family, and then in there we can just put Helvetica Neu. I don't know how you say that, but I know this is the font I want to use. Helvetica Neuri or something. I don't know. So that's in your double quotes, comma, then you put another font, which is just Helvetica. And after that, more double quotes, Arial, and then after that, sans serif, like that. And what you're doing here is you're specifying backup fonts. So if this font doesn't work, it'll use that one. If that doesn't work, it'll use that one. So these are just your backup fonts, okay? So Helvetica Neui is the one we're going to be using, okay? I'm sure that's how you say it. So go underneath that, and we're going to say font weight. Let's just say normal. Font weight is just how thick you want the text to be. We'll just put normal there. And then line height is going to be 1 EM. And what EM is it's a scalable unit of measurement for the font size. So 1 EM is just whatever the font size currently is. So if the current font size is 12 pixels, and you say 1 EM, it means this will be 12 pixels. If you said 2 EM, it means the line height would be 24 pixels, because it would be 2 times 12 pixels. So EM just takes whatever the font size is and goes off that. So already it's looking a little bit better. Still doesn't look great, but we're getting there. And then we'll put one more thing in there, just put a box sizing, and in that put border box. And you won't really see any changes to that yet, but I know we want to put that. And what the border box does is it means that when you specify width for something, it should take into account the padding and the margins. So just put that in there at the moment, and that will help you as you go forward. And then we'll put another thing underneath that. So underneath login container star, put another login container like that. And then this one's just login container on its own, no other attributes afterwards. Inside there, put width 80%. So this login container div now, if I go back to the elements tab, you'll see this login container div has a width of 80%. See the blue part? It's 80% of the page width. So go back to sources. So width is 80%. Margin, we're going to say 0 and then auto. And what that does is it means the top and bottom we're going to have 0, and the left and right are going to have an auto margin. So to show you what that means is if I go back to here and go back to login container, right there, login container right there, you'll see the orange part is the margin, the blue part is your actual container. See how it's centered it in the middle now? So we said no margin at the top and bottom, which is why the blue part goes right up to the top, but left and right is auto, and auto actually centers it by default. Okay, so this is in the middle now. Go back to sources, say position relative, and that means it positions it relative to its parent, and then max width is going to be 1024 pixels. So no matter how big your screen is, don't let this get any bigger than 1024 pixels, okay? If you didn't have something like this, I mean that it would just keep getting bigger and bigger as long as they have a screen big enough. All right, so this don't let it get any bigger than 1024 pixels. And that's actually it for the login container. So already we have a little bit better looking page right there. But remember, we haven't actually saved that code, so we do have to go and copy and paste this into our file. So copy all that new code and paste it into there. I can just overwrite this, so paste it there and save that. And that means when you refresh this page, you should see your changes. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to carry on with our styling now, and we're going to move on to the button that's right here. I'll show you what it's going to look like. So when we're done, it's going to look something like this. And this is pretty simple. If you open the inspector, so right click inspect element, and then select the button, so click on this one right there and click the button, like that. And we can add the style here so we can see it. So we're going to say background color is going to be
transparent, background color transparent. Then we're going to say border, which is going to be 1px solid, and the color is going to be white, so FFF. The border radius, which is going to be how round the corners are. So the border radius, we're going to do a fairly large number, just put 250 pixels like that, just so we know it stays round. You can change this, so for example, if I put a, I don't know, 5 pixels, so 5px right there, you see the borders are only slightly rounded, and as I increase it, so if I press the up arrow to increase this, you'll see the more I do, the more round it gets. Alright, so we want it to be completely round at the corners, so just put some large number. I'm just going to say 250 pixels. Okay, you don't need to do a number that large, I guess, but let's just go with that. Color, which is the text color, is going to be white. I know it's already white at the moment, but we can just put it there to be a bit more explicit. Display block, which means it'll appear on its own line, nothing will appear alongside it. Font size, let's go. Font size is going to be, let's say 14 pixels. Let's try that. Letter spacing, which is going to be the spacing between each letter, as you could probably guess. Let's say 2 pixels. No, that's a bit too much. Let's say 1 pixel. So it's just a slight gap. If I change that to 0, you'll see how it looks. See, the letters are closer together. If I make that to 1 pixel now, you'll see the letters space out a little bit. Let's put some margin on this. So margin is going to be 20 pixels on the top and bottom, and then let's say auto for the left and right. And auto, if you remember me saying before, puts this in the center of its container. Height, we're going to put 41 pixels like that, and width is going to be 100%. We want to take the whole width of the container, okay? And that'll do. There's our button. So if I go back to here, so actually this one's got a slightly thicker border, so we can just go back to the border right here and change that from 1 pixel to 2 pixels or something. So let's go with that. So copy and paste all this. I'm going to go to our CSS file. So I go back to here, and then at the bottom just put input container and then space buttons. This is all the buttons inside the input container. This is what this is going to target. Paste that in there, save it. We also want to do something when we hover over the button, because at the moment, if you look at this, my cursor, the mouse pointer, doesn't change. So what we want to do is make it so it becomes a pointer. For example, if I hover over this button, you see the mouse cursor changes to the pointer. So we're going to do that. When you hover over it, change the mouse. And that's really easy. Copy and paste this part up here, because I'm too lazy to type it out again. So there, and then after the button part, do colon hover. So this is going to target the button, but when it's hovered over. So when you hover over it, we're just going to say cursor pointer, like that. And now if I refresh this page, you'll see the magic that is a cursor. And you'll see this, the bottom button's also styled. And that's it, real simple. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we had our input fields all set up with the style, and now we're going to continue this, and we're going to start by adding some style to this placeholder. Just change the color. At the moment this grey doesn't look very good, it's not easy to see with this background. So the way you change the placeholder of an input field is slightly different. Open a new tab and just type in placeholder color CSS. Placeholder color CSS. Now just do a Google search for that, and you'll find an answer from Stack Overflow. It's the top answer, the top result, which explains it pretty well. Scroll down to the first answer, and you'll see this user said that there are 3 ways to do it. You can use pseudo elements, or you can use pseudo classes, or you can do nothing at all. Different browsers render their placeholders slightly differently, and different browsers require different code to do it. So to change the placeholder color, for example, in Mozilla Firefox version 4 to version 18, you need to do it this way. Firefox 19 plus, you need to do it this way with the 2 colons. Internet Explorer 10 to 11, you need to do it this way. WebKit applies to Google Chrome, you do it this way. So the easiest way, rather than me explain it and type all this out, is just for you to come to this question and copy and paste that across. So copy and paste that code, go back to our register.css class, and you can put it right above the input container one if you want, just so it's in the same area as that. Paste that, and then just change this color to whatever you want. We're going to use white, so just FFF. So copy and paste FFF, there, 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 and there. And save that now, and we should see, when we refresh our page, a white font like that. There you go, there's your white font. Okay, so that was the easiest way for me to explain it, rather than me typing all this out as we go. It's easy if you go to that question and copy and paste it. And that user, if you read the whole answer, he explains it all quite well too, so he can explain that far better than I would be able to. So the next thing we're going to do is style the labels, which are these parts right here. And this is only going to be about 4 lines of code. So right click on the label, click inspect, and it will shortcut you to it, or just click on the arrow and then select the label. Either one works. And inside there, just put color, and I already have it like a grey color, so I already know what the color value is. So I know it's A0, 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 which is like a grey sort of color. Let me just get off that, you'll see. But if you want to change it, you click on that square, and then you can move around with the colors and see what you like best. But I know that works, so I'll use that. Say font size is going to be 13 pixels, so we'll make it a little bit smaller. And then margin top is going to be 15 pixels, like that. Okay. And if I copy and paste that and go back to our CSS file, and we're going to just put input container label like that, and paste that in there, save it, refresh the page, and you should see that style applied to all the label attributes. Okay, so they've all got that slightly smaller font size now, and they've got the same font color too. So there we go. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time is just add this little bit of code that makes it so that when we hover over this part here, the mouse changes to a pointer. So what we're going to do now is just work on this part on the right and add some text there. So if I go to my finished version of the site, you'll see that on the right we have this text here, and this is what we're going to be adding today. So go back to your text editor, and I'm going to show you something else as well. If you're using Sublime Text, what you can also do, so choose File, Open, and then instead of choosing the file you want to open, if instead you choose the folder, so I'll choose my folder that contains my website here. Okay, so choose the folder that contains your website. It will open all of the files within that on the side here, and that's useful because you can click on it and you can see each file. Rather than having to open the new file every single time, you can just click on this part on the right and you can see all the files within it and modify them from there. Okay, so just a little trick for you if you're using Sublime Text. So open up your register.php page if it's not already open. And one last thing on this, if you did do this, if you click on it one time, it previews it for you. If you double click on it, it will keep it in the tab for you. So even if I click on another file now, register.php stays up there. Okay. So in the register.php page, scroll down to the bottom, and we want to add this after our input container div. So after this div right here is where we want to add it. So if I scroll down to here, I can see that this is the div that closes the input container element. So we want to add it after here. If you find it hard to find out which div closes which element, if you go up to the top here, as long as you've indented it properly like this, you can just click on this arrow right there and it will close it down for you. So you'll see it's collapsed this part right here, and if I open that again, you'll see it opens up all this div. But anyway, after the input container div is where you want to put this code. Okay, so that's this part here. And what we're going to do, it's actually pretty simple, just a div, and this is going to have the ID of login text, like that. And then in there, just do h1, and then put your closing h1 tag in there too. And inside this heading element, we're going to do get great music. Feel free to change this text as you like right now, like that. Save that. And then we're going to put another heading tag underneath. So if you want, you can just copy and paste that underneath and change this to 2, which would be a slightly smaller header. And in here, we're just going to put something like listen to loads of songs for free, like that. Okay, and you'll see that's this part here. So we've done this part, and we've also done this part. All that's left to do now is this part here. And the way we do that is we're going to do a list, and we just do unordered list, so UL. Okay, so UL stands for unordered list, and this is how you do your bullet point list if you didn't already know that. So inside the UL, we're going to have li elements, okay, and that stands for list item. All right, you'll see how this works in a minute, but basically every li we do is a different bullet point if you want. So in here we can just put whatever you want to do, just put discover music you'll fall in love with, and then paste those below. I think we had 3 in ours, and then one of these was create your own playlists and follow artists to keep up to date. So this can be create your own playlists and then follow artists to keep up to date, like that. And I realised I misspelled that. That was probably really annoying some of you, praying that I would notice that. And there we go. Save that, and you'll see when we go back and refresh this page, it won't look great, but we have the main text we want. Okay, now all we have to do is just style it. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we started working on this text right here, and we actually have it looking like this at the moment because we don't have any style applied to it. So that's what we're going to do in this video, is just style it so that it looks like this in the end. And there isn't a whole lot of style to do. Let me just inspect elements so you can see what we're actually dealing with. And I'm going to start with this login text container right here, which is the container around all of this text here. And we're only going to add 2 lines to this. All we're going to do is just put padding as 45 pixels, and of course feel free to play around with these values as you like, and then we should say display table cell, like that, and that just makes it behave like a table cell element, which is TD, like that. I won't explain that much more now because we'll use that later on in the course, so it'll become a lot clearer to you then. So for now, just put those 2 there in the login text element like this. So copy and paste those 2 lines of code, go back to your CSS file. So I need to open it, CSS, register.css, scroll down, and we're just going to do an ID login text like that, and just paste those 2 lines in there. Okay, save that. Then we're going to add some style to these header tags right here. So for H1, remember this is that green one, we're going to say color, which is the text color, and I know what color this is, I have written down right here, so just copy along if you want. 07 D159, like that, and you'll see it turns to that green color. Of course, if you click on that, you can play around with any of these colors you like, but that's the color I'm going to use. That's the Spotify green. Next, we're going to say font size is 60 pixels, like that, and then we're just going to make it bold by saying font weight bold, like that. Okay, obviously you can play around with these values as you like. So that's fine. Copy those 3 lines, go back to here, underneath there, just do the same again, login text, and then do H1. So the H1 tag that falls under the login text element. Okay, save that, and you can also copy and paste that line below and change this to H2, and get rid of these 3 lines of code because you won't need those. All we're going to do on the H2 element, I'll go back to here and show you. So I'll click on the H2, and we're just going to give this a margin. So margin is going to be 35 pixels and then 0. Okay, so what that means is 35 pixels on top and bottom and nothing on the left and right. So if I hover over that, you can see the margin there. Okay, that's it. So copy that, paste that into there, and we are done with that. Save it. And then we're going to do the unordered list element, the UL element. And this is just going to have one thing, it's just going to be padding of 0. So no padding on that. And that's it. So scroll back to here. Login text UL, like that. So the UL that falls underneath the login text element, padding 0. And then the last one to do is just these list item elements, the LIs. So click on one of those, and in there we're going to say font size I know you can play around with one of these values, so I can do 14. I'm pressing the up and down arrows to find a value that I like. Let me see what I used here. So that's kind of, I think maybe a little bit bigger. Let's do 20 pixels. List style type like this. And you see if I scroll down through this, you can see the bullet point changing, and this would be the actual bullet point that it would use. So we're just going to say none though, because we don't want to use any of those. So you'll see it makes this disappear. And then finally, just going to give this some padding. And then let me see what I used here. So we got a bit of space between them. Padding. You can just say, I don't know, 10 pixels. What does that look like? Maybe 15. I'll leave it at 10 for now. We can come back and change that if we want to. But anyway, copy and paste that into login text li like that. Paste it in there and then save it. And I refresh the page now, and you should see all this style applied still. Like that. So the only thing we haven't done is actually give these the check marks that you see right here. And the reason we haven't done that right now is because in the next video I'm going to show you where I get those icons from and how you can do that. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we did last time is make it so that the user can show and hide this login form depending on what they want to do. So if they want to log in, they can log in here, but if they want to register, they can click on this part down here and it will reveal the register form. What I did forget to do though is just add one little bit of code that makes it so that when you hover over this down at the bottom, it will change the mouse to a pointer, which lets you know you can click on it like this has. At the moment when you hover over it, you don't see that pointer. And this is really simple to do. We actually did it earlier on in the course, but you might not remember. All you do is go to the span element, which is this part here, and just give it a CSS style of cursor pointer like that. Okay, and now when you hover over that, you'll see the mouse pointer. That's it. So copy and paste that line of code, go back to your CSS file, scroll down to the bottom, we have this has account text span part, paste that in there, save the page, and then you'll see when you refresh the page, I'll close that down too, when you hover over that part now, we get the mouse cursor changed to a pointer, which lets the user know they can click on it. So just one quick thing, that was just a bit of a usability improvement to make things a little bit clearer for the user. Hey guys, welcome back. So in the last video we got these check marks set up, and we also installed Icons 8, which is our Icons app. What we're going to do now is just style the error messages that appear. So for example, if I enter the wrong data, you'll see that we have this error message, but it doesn't look very good. And it's just 3 lines of style, if I remember correctly. So inspect element on that. So the error message span right here, we're just going to say color, and this is going to be the same Spotify green. And if you don't remember the color and you don't want to go and look it up, you can just do FFF, just or any color you want, right? And then click on this button right here, this little square. It will open this up, and then you can move your mouse onto that color, and it will take that color right there. Okay, press enter. Font size is going to be 12 pixels. We want this to be fairly small. And then see how this username appears next to it, the username label. We just want to make that appear on a new line, so we can just say display block like that. And that's great. Copy and paste that. Go back to your CSS file, and remember this span is called error message. So we can just say input container space and then error message. Paste that in there. You could just have it as error message instead, but just to make the selector a bit more descriptive, which is always better, is you can just put input container as well, because it falls under the input container like that. So there we go, we've applied the style. Now if we save that and refresh the page, we should still see that. So I'll refresh the page and then enter the wrong data again, and you'll see we still have our style. I'm also going to add some spacing to that label. I guess we forgot to do that. So I'm going to make this label have some margin. Oh, we did give it a margin. Maybe give this a display block like that. and then the margin actually applies. And display block just means that it displays as a block element and no item's going to appear alongside it, and it takes into account the positions of the surrounding elements as well. So I added the display block to there, and that means the margin we added is actually working now. So just make sure you remember to copy and paste that display block. Go back to register.css, and I can see here it's line 74. So go to line 74 and just paste that in there like that, and then save that. So there we go. We've started our error messages, and then we also added one little bit of style to this that we forgot to do. So what we're going to do in this video is just fix something that I forgot to do before. You'll notice if we try and sign in and we get it wrong, it doesn't remember the username. I forgot to add that part. So all we're going to do is go back and just add that to the register.php page. If you remember, we did this earlier with our register form. All we did is have a value attribute on the text boxes that called this getInputValue function that we wrote up here. So the getInputValue right here just takes a name, and then it gets the post variable with that name. Okay, so all I need to do is just add that to the username text box, and that's it. So go down to the username text box inside the login form, and then just put value, and then what did we call this? That should be login username, because remember it goes off the name. So login username, and that's it. Now when I refresh the page, if I resubmit that form, so I'll do Reese Kenny, and then I'll get the password wrong, so it'll bring me back to here. You should see the username there again. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've finished with this register page, it's finally time to get into our main pages of the site. So I'll just go across to here and show you what the end result's going to look like. This is the kind of home page they're on. And you can see we've got a now playing bar at the bottom, we've got a navigation menu on the left, and we've got the main content in the middle. And what we're going to do is start with this now playing bar. But it's worth noting that eventually we will be splitting all this up into other files. So for example, this now playing bar at the bottom will be inside the footer file, and this navigation bar on the left will be in the header. Okay, that's because those two things will appear on every single page. It's this content in the middle that's going to change from page to page. Okay, so just to reiterate, we will be splitting this up into a more organized structure soon, but what we're going to do first is just create all this on one page, and then we'll split it up as and when we get to it. So just so that as I'm coding it together, you're not thinking, wait, why is he doing like this? Why isn't he splitting it up? We will be getting to that later on, but we're just going to do it all on one page first, and then we'll break it up. So like I said, we're going to start with this now playing bar because I think that's an interesting one to start with. It's kind of a fun one to get going, and we'll come to this stuff later on. Hey guys, welcome back. So it's finally time to get started with our actual music player aspect of the site. So this is our index page at the moment. Remember, we put this here just to test that it worked. And we're going to start off with the now playing bar at the bottom, which looks like this sort of thing. So go ahead and open your index.php if it's not already open. So we're done with these register files now. Open up the index file, and you see this is what we have. So we can get rid of that hello, we don't need that anymore. Make some more space, and let's just jump right into it. Let's start off with a div, and this is going to be the container for our now playing bar. So we're going to give it an ID of now playing bar container. I know it's a long name, but it's a good one because it's descriptive, and descriptive names are better than short names, because if you have to come back to it later, you can easily see what this element's purpose is just by reading the ID attribute. Okay, so now playing bar container, and what we might do with this is just style it as we go. So I've just added this div onto there. Okay, save that, and then refresh the page. You won't see any difference except from the hello disappears, but inspect element on this now, and open the body. Open the body up like that. Okay, and you'll see our container that we added, and then go to our style right here, and let's just give this some style now so you can actually see something happening. We're going to say width 100%, okay, so it spans across the whole page. We're going to say background color is going to be 282828. And I have that color written down here so I know that's the value we want, but it's just like a slightly lighter than completely black. Okay, and the reason we're not seeing anything at the moment is because this doesn't have a height set. So if we just say height, just to see what happens, 100 pixels, okay. We're going to get rid of this height eventually though, so we're just going to put height there so we can actually see what's happening. So height 100 pixels temporarily, and then we want to put this at the bottom of the page, so we're going to say bottom 0 like that, but you won't see it at the bottom yet because we have to change the position. So position is going to be fixed like that. Okay, so now this appears at the bottom. It will always stay at the bottom, so no matter where the bottom is, it will stay at the bottom. And then let's also have min width, so a minimum width of 620 pixels or something like that. Anything around that's fine. All that means is when you resize the window, this content will only get as narrow as 620 pixels. And as for this gap round here, we actually fixed this same sort of thing in the register page. We just have to make the HTML elements and the body elements have no margin and no padding. So we'll fix that soon. So for now, just ignore that. We'll get to that. So this style's fine. Copy and paste that. Go back to here, but we don't actually have a style page yet. Okay, so we have to create one. So create a new file. Command N, file, new file, however you want to do it. And this is going to be our style CSS file. So save this in assets, CSS, and then just call it style.css. Save it there. And then this is the now playing bar container. So ID now playing bar container. Put that in there. And I'm just going to put a comment next to the height, so we do remember to remove that. So remove later. Okay, just so we remember that we need to get rid of that height, and I'll explain that, and I'll explain why we're going to remove that later, a bit later. So save that for now, and before we check it, we have to actually link to this file. So in the index.php, in the head section here, underneath title, say link, press tab, and that puts our style sheet attribute in, and the href is just going to be assets/css/style.css. Save that, and then when we refresh this page, we'll hopefully still see our style. There we go, and you can see it has linked to our style sheet right here. And as far as that gap goes, like I said, we'll address that later, and that time is now. So let's go to our style sheet and do HTML, body, which means it's been applied to both the HTML elements and the body elements, because you'll see there's an HTML element here and a body element here. And then just put padding 0 and then margin 0, just like that. And also put height 100% like that. Okay. Now refresh the page and hopefully that gap will have gone, and it has. Great. And yeah, that's our now playing bar container. Next thing we're going to do is start putting some components in here, such as our buttons and our sliders. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to continue with our now playing bar. So go back to our index page, and we're going to add another element inside the now playing bar container. So in here, do div, press tab, and this is going to have the ID of now playing bar. So this is our actual now playing bar, and save that. Again, we can go and style this inside here now. So refresh the page, and then when you expand the now playing bar container, you should see now playing bar inside there. So let's go ahead and style this, and we're going to say display flex. And what flex is it literally is just a flexible display attribute. And if you just Google display flex, there's a very good guide to Flexbox right here. Top result, a complete guide to Flexbox. And it's complete with diagrams to make it a bit easier for you to understand. But if you expand background, you get this explanation right here. And like it says, the Flexbox layout is really just to make it as flexible as possible, in the sense it's going to alter its width and height in order to fill all the available space. So it'll make it bigger, it'll make it smaller. It really is just a flexible display attribute. So you guys can have a read of that in your own time. So for now, we'll just put display flex. And we're also going to set a height attribute. But before we do that, I'm going to go and remove that height part from here like we discussed. So I'll remove it from the now playing bar container and it will disappear. Okay, that's fine. Go back to the now playing bar and inside there do height 90px. And there you go. So now we actually have the container with a height again. We're also going to give some padding though. Padding going to be 16 pixels. And then this is pretty big right now. So we're going to say box sizing and then border box. And what that does, it means that the height is going to take into account 16 pixel padding. So it's going to be 90 pixels. And of that 90 pixels, it's including the 16 pixels padding. So if we disable that, it's actually got a 90 pixel height with a 16 pixel padding on all sides, which means that the actual height comes to 122. So by adding box sizing border box, it means that make it 90 pixels, including these 16 pixels padding. And that's it. Copy those lines, go back to our CSS file. So this is going to be now playing bar and paste those in there. And great, refresh the page and we should hopefully still see that. I notice I've called it now playing bars. Now playing bar, it should be. Now playing bar, refresh the page. And it's still not right. Oh, I remember, I didn't actually remove this height 100 pixels. I removed it in the browser but not there. So make sure you remember to delete this height 100 pixels, okay? Delete this. So that can go. Save that. And then refresh the page. And there we go. I know it doesn't look like we've done much. And the reason we've done that is because this part is going to be the whole bar. If you look at what it's doing at the top, this now playing bar container is the whole, like it says, container for the now playing bar. The now playing bar underneath is the blue section. See the blue rectangle above? And that's where the components are going to go, inside that little blue square that's here, blue rectangle. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video we're going to add our sections. So we're going to add 3 sections to this now playing bar. We're going to add a left section, a center section and a right section. And if I go back to here, you can see this part right here is going to be the left section with the artwork and the name of the song and the name of the artist. This center section is going to be, the buttons for play, pause, skip. And then this part on the right section is going to be where the volume button goes. So go back to our index.php file. And we're going to add 3 divs inside of this now playing bar div. So make some space in there. So make our div, press tab. One of them is going to be ID now playing left, like that. Copy and paste that. So paste it below, not inside, paste it below. So make sure you don't paste it inside the now playing left div. Paste it underneath. And then paste it again underneath that. And this one's going to be now playing center. It's going to be now playing right. And then we're going to go back and we can style these individually. There's not much style to apply. So inside now playing bar, you should hopefully see your 3 divs here. And the now playing left and the now playing right just want 2 lines of code. They just want a width of 30% and then a min width of 180 pixels. So when you resize the window, they won't get smaller than 180 pixels. If they're larger than 180 pixels, they'll keep shrinking until it gets to 180 pixels and it won't shrink any further. Okay, so you can see already what it looks like. So copy and paste that and then go back to your style sheet. So style.css and then underneath there, just put now playing left. Paste that in there. But we also want to do this for now playing right as well. So copy that and then paste it underneath, but a comma and then paste it underneath and change left to right. So now this code will be applied to now playing left elements and now playing right elements. Okay, that's because the comma's there. Make sure you don't forget to put the comma, otherwise it won't work. So put the comma there. And if I go back to here and refresh the page, you'll see the now playing left has a 30% width and the now playing right also has a 30% width. Now playing center is actually in between those two, you just can't see it because it hasn't got a width yet. So let's go ahead and give that a width now. In there, do width 40%. like that. And then you'll see 30% there, you got 40% in the center, and 30% there. So 30, your 30, and your 40, adding up to 100. So we have, in total, we have 100% width. We want the max width to be maybe 700 pixels. We'll be able to change this when we actually add the content. So if we need to increase that, we will. But for now, just put 700 pixels, that'll be fine. That means it won't get any larger than 700 pixels. It will keep increasing in size as long as you resize the screen larger, but it won't get any larger than 700 pixels. So this section will have a maximum width of 700 pixels. We also want to give this a display flex as well, like that. And then we want to say flex direction to be column. And this just sets the direction of the flexible items, and the column means they'll be displayed like columns. Okay, you can do some more reading up on that. I do suggest you go away and do some more research on that at some point, because it's a very useful thing to know. Just Google flex direction column and you'll get a very good list of articles come up. Okay, but for now, just stick that in there. And the last thing we're going to do is just align items center. Okay, align items center. You won't see any change on that at the moment, but just know that this will make sure all the items inside there are aligned in the center. So copy and paste that into our style sheet. So at the bottom, do now playing center, like that, paste it in there and save it. And then when we refresh the page, you should see all your sections. Did I refresh that then? So you should still see your 30%, your 40%, and your 30% width. Okay, so the style has been applied. So that's the main structure of our now playing bar. I know the last couple of videos have been pretty boring because all we've done is add pretty much an empty elements, but stick with this. It's always slow getting started like this because we have to get the basic structure of our HTML document down. So I know the last videos have been quite slow. We've added like one element per video, but now we've done the boring part. Now we can get to actually adding the buttons and the cool stuff. So these next videos should be quite interesting. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is start adding the buttons to our navigation bar. So there's a bunch of icons we need to use. And if you remember, I used Icons 8, which is a very good application for icons. It's got thousands of icons in there. But of course, if you have your own source, maybe your own website, or you already own the icons, obviously feel free to use those. But it's really good because you can search for buttons, maybe a play button, and then you can see all these different styles of things to do with play. Like you've got people playing, you've got play buttons here, you've got these play buttons down here, which are the ones I've used. And also if you go to color, you'll see a bunch of different styles for play. So different style play buttons, Windows 10 styled ones, Windows 8 styled ones. I like the iOS icons because they are pretty basic. And what you can also do is change the color of your icons up here to whatever you want to use. And you'll see that the icons will change color once it's just loading right now. But the icons themselves will change color too. And if I change again, you see it changes color too. I think the color I've used for these is A0, A0, A0. And it makes it that grey colour. So all you would do is open up your assets, images, icons folder, and then you change the size to whatever you want. 25 is fine for a small icon, that's okay. That's more than enough. And then you just drag and drop the icon you want into there. And then you can rename it to what you want. Maybe you want to name that play button or something like that. So that's how you use it. But what I'm going to do is take the icons I've already used for my site. So I've got a window open here, and these are the icons I used for this site here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is copy and paste all of those. So I'm going to copy those, copy and paste into my icons folder, and I have all the same icons I used. These will be in the course content obviously, so if you want to use these icons too, you can either go and find them yourself in here, or you can just download the source file that's attached to this lecture and then just copy and paste it. Okay, completely up to you, but this will just save you some time. Okay, so we have our icons now, great. Now let's actually start adding them to the page. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our icons, we actually start adding these buttons to our now playing bar. So go back to our index.php And inside the now playing center div, because remember this is our center div where all the buttons are going to go, just put div, press tab, and this is going to have the class of content. Make sure that's not ID, this is class, okay? Not ID, class. And we're going to give it a second class called player controls. So this div has two classes, content and player controls. And this content class and the style that comes with it is going to be applied in the divs that we put inside these two sections later on. So this div has two classes, content and player controls. So this content class is going to have just one bit of style, and I know what that is off the top of my head, so just go to your style.css. We may as well add that while we're here, and just do now playing bar dot content. So the ID of now playing bar and the content class within it, and just put width 100%. That's all this is going to have. And this, the reason we're having that is because we want this bar down here to span across the whole width of the center container. Okay, so just put that in there for now. That you won't see much about that at the moment, but just put it there for now, save you a job going forward. And then back in index.php, create some more space there and do div, and this is going to have the class buttons. Class equals buttons, like that, and then inside of this is actually where the buttons are going to go. So we can just put a button there to test it out for now, just so we actually see something. Just put hello or something in there, just so you can see it actually happen. So save that and go back to your page, refresh it, and you see the hello button there inside the center div. And we're going to style the buttons div now. So inspect element, go to the buttons div here, and then we're going to give this a style of margin. It's going to be 0 on the top and auto on the left and right, and you'll see what that means in a minute. We're going to say display table. There you go. So the display table makes this behave like a table tag. If you haven't used table tags before, they're pretty useful. It'd be quite long for me to go into that now, so I'd recommend you look it up and maybe do some tutorials on that, or just ask me a question in the Q&A section. I can help explain things a bit better. But for the purpose of keeping the video short, I won't go into details about the table tag now. And going back to this margin part, you see that the auto gives it an automatic margin on the left and right. So we have 0 on top, automatic on the left and right. And what the automatic margin does is it centers it, pretty much. So it's automatically centered it and applied a margin based on the width of the container. Okay, and that's it. So copy and paste those lines. You copy it, and we're going to put it in the CSS file at the bottom. Create a new selector, player controls, space, buttons, like that. And you remember the player controls div is this one we created here. So player controls buttons, and it's gonna have that margin auto right there. Okay, we're finally onto the buttons now. So we're not going to use hello anymore for the buttons. We're going to actually add the images we want. So get rid of hello there, get rid of that, and create some space below. And inside the button, we're going to do an image tag. So img, press tab, and the src is the link to the image, so the relative URL to the file. So our image we're going to use, or I should say icon, is assets/images/icons/shuffle.png. This is going to be the shuffle button, and that comes from assets, images, icons, shuffle.png here. Shuffle.png, that's the icon we're using. Okay, so if I refresh that page now, it's not going to look very good, but you should hopefully see the icon. So give this button a class of control button, and this control button class is going to be present on all of our buttons, but we're going to give it a second class of shuffle, and this shuffle class is going to be used for the JavaScript later on. Alright, so for now just put it there. Like I said before on some things, you won't see much about that now, but later on we're going to use this when we're using our JavaScript to handle the button presses. Okay, so title is going to be shuffle button, like that, Okay, and the title is when you hover over it. So if I go back to here now and refresh the page, you'll see because I added that title attribute, you'll see when I hover over it, it appears there, and I actually have spelled shuffle wrong, so I'll go and add that F there. And then last thing, on the image tag, just do an alt, like that. Alt, of course, means alternate, and just put shuffle in there. And what that means is if for some reason this image can't be found, it's going to add the word shuffle. For example, if I change that to S, so this is wrong now, so the image won't be found, you'll see it adds shuffle. It just lets this button still be useful if the image can't be found. So I'll change this back to the correct image now, save that, and it'll go back to how it was. Alright, now we'll just style this button to make it look a bit better, so I'll inspect element on the button, and then we can say background color is going to be transparent. We don't want a background color there. We only want the icon there. Border is going to be none. Get rid of that. And then vertical align middle. You won't really see much about that now, but when we start adding all the buttons together, you'll see why vertical align middle is needed. So copy that. Go back to your CSS file and just do control button like that. There. So control button, and if you wanted to, you could do a more descriptive one, so you could just do like buttons, control button, but it doesn't really matter, that'll be fine. And just make sure that works, so I'll refresh that page. There you go, so we still have it. And the last thing to do is just to make it smaller. So on the image, make sure you click on the image, not this button here. On the image, do width 20px, and then we can just say height 20px. Alright, and that is it. So copy and paste those two, and then underneath control button, we're just going to do control button again, but this one has an image there. Okay, so control button img width and height 20. So I refresh that page and make sure it's still there, and it is. So there's our shuffle button. Okay, it doesn't do anything at the moment, of course, but now when we want to add the others, we can just copy and paste those lines. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons there. So I'll copy and paste this, make sure it appears 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Alright, so we have the previous button, the play button, the next, and then the repeat button. Okay. Now, let me just check the names. So we have previous, next, play, and then just repeat. Okay, so change these names. So we have, this was previous, play, next, repeat, like that. And then change these classes here also. So this can be previous, play, next, a repeat, like that. And then change these, change this to previous. Remember, this is the title is what when you hover over the image, what the text says. This can be play, next, and then repeat, like that. Save that, and then actually you need to do the alt too. I mean, it will still work without it, but you may as well do it while we're here. Previous, play, next, next, and repeat, like that. Save that. Now we should see all 5 buttons on there, and there we go. Perfect. But we're actually going to add one more button to that too. So by the play button, copy and paste the play button, and this is going to be pause. So change that to pause, and this is going to be pause, and this one's going to be pause as well. We have an icon called pause.png, and you'll see when I refresh that page now, you'll see the pause button I did there. But then we're going to make sure this, at the moment, this by default is set to display none. So style equals display none. And style, if you haven't seen this before, is just a way of adding style to elements inline. And what inline means is just there without using a CSS file. Okay? So style none, and then you'll see that it disappears. And the reason we've done that is because we want to start by hiding this, so that when they refresh the page, the song won't be playing, so we want to hide the pause button, And when they press play, eventually we will hide the play button and show the pause button instead. So when they press play, it changes to a pause button. When they pause it, it changes to a play button. Okay? So it just shows or hides the button depending what they want to use. And that's it. We have our buttons now. There are some slight changes to do, like you can see some slight differences, but we'll get to those soon.
Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to continue with our now playing bar here at the bottom. And what we're going to do now is make this play button slightly bigger than the rest of the buttons. If I show you my finished site, you'll see that the play button down here is larger than the other buttons, so it stands out a little bit more. So we're going to do the same thing. So it's actually pretty simple. All we're going to do is give it a width and a height of 32 pixels. So if I just show you in here what it's going to look like. Width 32 pixels, and then also height 32 pixels. You'll see it looks slightly larger and stands out. And this is where that vertical line middle comes in. This one here, you see it? Notice how they're all aligned in the middle vertically. If I delete that, you'll see they'll go to the bottom. So that's what that line's for. But anyway, so all we're going to do is add height and width 32 pixels. Copy those two, go back to style.css, and underneath control button image, we're going to do a new one. Control button, and then this is going to be play image. And what this does, it does exactly the same as that, although it looks for something with the class play as well as the class control button. Because if you look back at our HTML structure, you'll notice that we gave them two classes. So not only is it looking for control button, it's also looking for the class play as well, because this one here has two buttons. But we want this code to also apply to the pause button too, because if I show you again on here, you'll see that if I press play, it changes to a pause button, so the pause button needs to be the same size as well. Okay, and that's real simple. All we have to do is copy and paste that line again, and put a comma, and then change this to pause, and that will now apply to the pause button. And inside there, it was just width 32 pixels, and then also height 32 pixels. Alright, give that a save, refresh your page, and hopefully you'll still see the play button with the slightly larger height than the rest of the buttons. So one more thing we're going to do with these buttons is make it so that when your mouse hovers over them, the mouse changes to a pointer. You probably remember us doing this in earlier videos, and it's really simple. All we're going to do is say control button colon hover, like that. And inside there put cursor pointer, like that. Save that, and then when you refresh the page, you'll see that when you hover over the buttons now, you get this pointer. And that's it, real simple. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we're going to get started on our progress bar at the bottom, the one that looks like this progress bar here. And what we're going to do with this isn't actually too complicated. Go back to our index.php. Underneath this div here, which belongs to this class buttons one. So right here, underneath that, we're going to say div, and it's going to have a class of playback bar. Okay, so class playback bar, and this is going to be the div that houses our whole progress bar, including the time parts right here. So the first thing we're going to do is create a span which will hold the time that the song is currently on. So create a span element, and then give that a class of progress time, like that, and then another class for current. Okay, so it's going to have two classes. Then do 0.00, which is what we're going to start the song out of course, and then copy that, and we're going to paste it again below, like that. And this is going to be time, progress time, and the second class is not going to be current, it's going to be remaining. This is going to be the time left in the song. So save that, and we're going to keep this as 0.00 as well, because it won't matter, because as soon as the song plays, this will update on its own anyway, so it doesn't matter that it's 00 for now. And then in between those two, create a div, and just give this a class of progress bar, like that. Alright, so that'll do for now. Save that, and you'll see that when you refresh the page, you'll have something that doesn't look too great. See down here? So let's style these. So I'll right click, I'll inspect element on those, and then on these span elements. So first of all, let's change the color so we can actually see it. Let's say color
and then let's do A0, A0, A0. I know that's the grey we use for these buttons too. Okay, so now we can actually see the colour. Font size is going to be 11 pixels. Oh, 110. Make it 11 pixels. We're also going to say min width is going to be 40 pixels, and you won't see that do anything yet, but you will when we add the actual progress bar itself. Text align is going to be center. Again, you won't see anything with this yet, but I know we need it as soon as we add the progress bar. And that's actually it, I think. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so just those four. Copy and paste that. Go back to our style.css. Scroll to the bottom, and we're going to add progress time, which is the class we gave it, remember? Save that. Just go back to here and you should see that both of them still have the same style like that. Alright, now let's give some style to the actual progress bar itself, and we haven't actually done anything with this, so you can't see anything in the div yet, but we can still style it. So firstly, we're going to give this a width of 100%, like that. Okay, you won't see anything yet. We're next going to give it a height of 12 pixels. And then we're going to say display inline flex. And the flex styles are what I talked about in the previous lectures, and I said they're really worth looking into if you remember, because they are quite useful if you know how to use them. And then finally we're going to give this a cursor of pointer, so when we hover over it you'll see it change to a pointer. Obviously you can't see anything on the bar itself yet, but you can see that the mouse is changing to a pointer. And we want this because eventually the users are going to be able to drag along on this to move the song forward and backwards. So we want to let them know that they can actually click on this. And you'll notice at the moment, obviously, the bar is in between those two, when really we want it to be in the middle of them. And the way we do that is by giving this playback bar here a display of flex. Like that. Okay? So there's two things to add. We need to add this display flex to this playback bar, and then we also need to copy and paste these style and add this to the progress bar div. So only style.css, we'll do the progress bar first. Progress bar, like that. Paste that in there. And then we also want to do the display flex on the playback bar. So we can put that above that if you want, because this one kind of comes first. So playback bar, like that. Paste that in there, display flex. And now if we save that and refresh the page, we'll hopefully still see the same styles. Alright, great, there it is. So we have our progress bar, although it has nothing in there yet. Hey guys, welcome back. So continuing with our progress bar, we only have two more divs to add and then we're done with the structure. So inside the progress bar div, here, I'll actually create some space between the elements so it's a bit easier to see. So inside the progress bar div right here, just add another div, and this is going to have the class progress bar BG for background, progress bar background. And what this is going to be is the kind of darker grey colour you see here, okay? And then the second element we're going to add is going to be the one that's the lighter colour that sits on top here. So inside that div, just create one more div, and it's going to have the class to just progress, because this is the actual progress of the progress bar. And we're not actually going to put anything in here, so if you want you can just keep it on the same line, so we can keep those two on the same line if you want, because nothing is going to go inside this div right here. So we have added two divs. We've added a progress bar background and a progress div. Okay, so save that and I'll show you what we're going to do with them. So inside here we have our two new divs, progress bar background and progress. And the progress bar, like I said, is going to have that dark grey colour. So let's go ahead and give it that. So background colour, and I know the colour we're going to use is 404040. Okay, you won't see anything yet because we haven't given it a width or a height yet. So let's give this a height of 4 pixels. Obviously you can play around with that as you like. But then we're going to give it a width of 100%, and now you'll see the progress bar background itself. So let's get rid of these square corners. Let's just give it a border radius of, let's say, 2 pixels, because it's a fairly small line, so we don't need a whole lot of radius. And you'll see that now it's curved on the edges. And that's it. So don't worry about the fact that it's not in the center yet, that's fine. But copy and paste those, and then go back to your style.css, and remember this one's for progress bar background, so progress bar BG, like that. Oop, like that. Paste that in there, save it, and hopefully we still see it, and there it is. So the last thing to do with these two new divs we added is just to style the progress one. And in this one we're going to do background color. This is going to be A0, 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 which is this color again, this gray that we've used. And you won't see anything with this yet again. Let's also give this a height of 4 pixels, like that. And then we're going to say width 0. Okay, we don't want to give it any width yet because the width is going to be decided depending on how long is left of the song. Okay, so width 0. And then finally, border radius is going to be 2 pixels again. Okay, so it just matches the background div. Okay, and that's it. That's it for that. And I'll show you in a minute what it's going to do when we change the width. So just copy and paste those for now. Go back to your style.css and add a progress bit of style like this. Progress. Save that. Refresh the page. Just make sure it's still there. And you'll see we still have our style. So with this, if I just change the height right here so you can see, let's say 10% like that, you'll see that when we increase the width, the progress bar moves along, and that's what we want. So every time the song moves forward, we're going to be updating this width depending on how long's left. So for now, just keep it at 0, and we will come back to that when we actually have a song to play. But that's it, we're done with that. But if you want to get this in the center, all you need to do is add some style to this progress bar part right here. It's one line, just going to give it a little bit of margin. So margin top, let's just go 3 pixels. And obviously you can increase this as you like, so you can make it 5 pixels if you really want. I think off the top of my head, I think I've used 3 pixels on my actual site, which you'll see isn't quite centered here. But I'll tell you why we want to use 3, is because we're going to change the font of these. And when we change the font, it's going to be a slightly larger or smaller font. So we'll keep it at 3 for now. We can come back to that if we want to change that later. So remember, this class is called progress bar. So go back to here. But we're not just going to add it to the progress bar div right here. The reason being, we're going to use a similar div when we come to create the volume slider, which looks very, very similar to this progress slider. Okay, so we're going to be a bit more specific with our selector, and we're going to say playback bar space progress bar. So margin top 3 pixels. And the reason we're going to add this part as well is so that it only adds the 3 pixel margin to the ones that are within the playback bar. Remember, the playback bar is this whole thing right here, because the volume slider won't have this playback bar one, so it won't add the 3 pixel margin. Okay, and we don't know whether we want to add that to the volume one or not. We can address that when we actually come to implement the volume slider. Okay, so for now, just put that in there, and we can address the volume slider one as we get to it. So save that, refresh the page, and that should be it. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is make a start on this album artwork square that's going to be in the bottom left corner. So if I go back to this tab, you'll see what it's going to look like. So it looks something like this. And this is fairly simple. Go back to our index.php page, and we're going to be working in this now playing left div now. Okay, so go to your now playing left div. Inside of that, create a new div, and this is going to have the class of content, which we've already made the style for. So content, you see it here? This class here is, if I show you right here, you'll see content is this one. See the blue square like that? And you can see that we've given it a width of 100%. Okay, so this content div just takes a width of 100%. So add that div to the now playing left div, and inside of that we're just going to put our span element like that. So create a span, and the class for this is going to be album link like that.
album link. Okay, and last thing is just stick an image in here. So img, press tab, there's your image tag, and the src for source is going to be the link to the image. Obviously we don't have any images yet, and we can't link it to a song because we don't actually have any songs in our directory yet. So all I'm going to do is just go and find a filler image for now. We want it to be a square as well, because album artwork is usually a square. So go back to here and take any of them. I'll take this one right here. I'm just going to take this image. So I'll copy and paste the URL for that image. Okay, so find any image. Like I say, it's not really important because this is just a filler image, so we can see what we're actually doing, and just paste the URL in there and save that, and you'll see, hopefully, an image. Obviously the styling is going to be wrong at the moment, so that's fine. The fact that we're seeing something is good, although it doesn't look very good right now. So we're just going to add some style to this now to make this look better. So go down to where we have our image. So actually I'll just inspect element on that, and then find this image part right here. So go to the image we just added, and then put height 100%, like that. So height 100%, and already it looks a lot better. We want a max width of 57 pixels. So this means that when we resize this page, as we said 100% height, it'll take 100% of however much this container is. We just want to give it a max width of 57 pixels, meaning it won't ever get wider than 57 pixels. We're going to give this a margin on the right now. So margin right, and let's just say 15 pixels. Let's go with that, and you'll see, if I hover over that, see the little orange part next to it that's here? The orange part, that's the margin. So we've added a little margin because when we have our text, we want a gap between the text and the image. So this margin just creates a space between the text, or where the text is going to go, and the image. And then we just want to say float left, because this will mean that the text will float alongside it. So copy and paste all that. Go back to your CSS style sheet, and then go to the bottom and just put now playing left. And then what do we call the class of this image? Oh, we didn't actually give it a class yet, so we still need to give this a class. So on the image tag, just add the class album artwork. Okay, so add the class album artwork to the image. Alright, and then in here, just do dot album artwork like that. So we have now playing left album artwork, and then paste that code that we just did in there. Alright, so now when I refresh this page, you should still see the same code. Something else we can put in there is just one more line of code. Let's try background size and then cover. And what this background size cover does, it's going to scale the image to be the largest size it can, as long as all of the space is covered. So we have this square for our image. If we, for example, uploaded an image for the artwork which is not a square, maybe it's a rectangle, and it wouldn't fit in here, rather than having just a rectangle shape, it would resize the image so it fills all of the available space. So that just makes sure that the whole space of our image is covered. Okay, so just stick that in there, and then of course copy and paste that back in the code right here. And I think that's it. Just one more thing. I'm just saying it doesn't look quite the right height. Let me go to the content div. And I think this actually needs a height attribute. I think it was 57 pixels we decided. Yeah, this content div now takes the height of the container. Okay, so we're going to add this height 57 pixels to this now playing bar content part. Find the now playing bar content. So here, and paste it in there. Okay, save that, and we're done. So there's the album artwork. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we're going to work on putting some text next to this album artwork part now. So the way we do that is pretty simple. Go back to our index.php page. Inside of this now playing left div, go inside of the content part as well, and just underneath album link right there, so just underneath that span element is where we're going to put the text. So underneath there we can just say div, then we can just put class equals track info, because it's going to contain information about the track that's playing. And in there we're just going to say span, and this is going to be class equals track name, like that.
Alright, and then one more span in there, just an empty span for now, so put that, copy and paste that below like that, so we have those two in a row. But change this track name class to artist name. Alright, and inside these spans we can just put some text for now, so I can just put the name of the song, so it's going to be happy birthday, and then my name as the artist. Okay, just so we can see what we have on the screen, and you can actually see it right there, it's just the wrong color. So now let's actually style this. So right click on the inspect element on those, and then find the new elements we added, which is right here. So the first thing we probably want to do is make it so that we can see this text. But what I realized what we also didn't do at any point is set a default font style. So you can see that this font isn't very good right now. So we're going to go back to our CSS file, and we're going to create a default style for our text across the whole website. So put the star, which means all, so this style is going to apply to all attributes now, everything. And we want to put a font family in there, and font family is how you specify which font to use. Okay, and let me do a quick Google search for font family. So font family, let's go Helvetica, like that. Font family Helvetica. Just take the top link, and you can just take this part right here. So the reason I've just searched for this is because it will provide some very good backup fonts that are used if this one can't be found. So if a browser doesn't support this font, it'll try that font, and if it can't do that one, it'll try that font. So just copy and paste that into our code. So copy that and paste it into our all style right there. So that means, just save that and I'll show you. If that means that when we refresh this page, you'll see that this font style is changed like that, and even this font here for these numbers. Okay, so already that looks a little bit better. So we can also specify a default color for any text on our website by saying color FFF, which is white. Alright, now if you refresh the page, you should see that the text goes white. So right now we've just specified that if we don't say otherwise, all text on our website is going to use this. So now we've done the default, we can scroll down and override this if we want to. So I'm going to inspect element on the track name. Before we do that, we're going to go to track info div. So go to the track info part. I'm going to give this a style of display table. And this just means that this track info part will behave like it's a table element. See, it's one of these table HTML elements. And if you haven't used those before, I do suggest looking into those as well. And since this isn't a intro to HTML course, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail about each HTML element in this course, because it would slow things down for people who have already seen it. So if you do need to see those, you can ask me a question, or you can just search online, because there's tons of good resources for learning about different HTML elements. So display table is fine for that. So track info, display table, go over to here and put track info, display table. And let's go to the track name span right here, and let's style this. So we're going to start by giving it a margin of 6 pixels on top and bottom, and 0 on the left and right. So now we have a margin on the top and bottom of 6 pixels, but nothing on the left and right. So display inline block. So this means it'll behave like an inline element, but also a block element. So an example of an inline element is a span, and an example of a block element is a p tag, the paragraph tag. So underneath that, just put width 100%, like that. And you'll see that now we have the text on different lines. So that's good now. Copy and paste that code, and then go and put it into your CSS style sheet. So now playing left, track info, track name, like that, and paste that in there. So we could have really specified this now playing left above like this. It's always better if you specify the selectors in as much detail as you can, because it means that you are less likely to accidentally override something in future. So this would work, but this also works. It's just better if you add more detail to it. So it doesn't really matter too much, but it's just a good habit to get into. So this right here would work just as well, but we're going to specify in detail. Save that, and the last thing to do is just give some style to the artist name. So go down to the artist name div, span, sorry, it's not a div, it's a span. And I believe this is only going to have two things. We want to specify a font size to make it slightly smaller, 10 pixels, 11, 12. Let's go 12 pixels. And then color can just be this grey that we've used, A0, 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 which, like I said, is this grey color right here. And I've just realized we need to actually apply this to the span below. So copy and paste that. You won't see anything yet. It needs to go to this span element underneath. So paste that in there and you'll see it change color. Okay, so that's it. Take those two styles that we just did, go back to here, and then we're just going to say now playing left, track info, artist name, and then span, like that. Paste that in there, and that's it. And like I said, you don't actually have to go into this much detail. You could even leave track info out or something, but the more detail you go into, the less likely you are to accidentally overwrite something. So refresh this and you'll hopefully see exactly the same style applied. Okay? Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to work on today is this volume part in the bottom right hand corner, and I'll show you what it's going to look like. So it's going to be a volume slider along with the volume button right here, and when you click on this button, it's going to mute the volume for you. So head back to your page, index.php, scroll down to this section that we have at the bottom, now playing right, and in there just put a div, and this is going to have the class volume bar, like that. So that's got the class volume bar, and inside of that div we're going to do a button, and this is going to be the button that you press to mute the song. So this is going to have the class control button, which is our class we have up here that we give to all our buttons, and volume, and title is going to be volume button. Okay, so when you hover over the button, it's going to show volume button, and then in that button we're just going to put an image tag, just like all the other buttons we've done. And the source is going to be assets / images / icons, and then slash, let me just see what the button's called. So assets, images, icons, it's going to be volume.png, because we also have one for volume mute, but this is just going to be volume.png. So volume.png, like that. Save that, and then refresh that page, and you'll hopefully see a button with that image. So there we go, there's our button right there. And we just want to give our image an alt tag, which, remember, is the value that's displayed if this image can't be found for whatever reason. Let's say this image is deleted or something, or renamed. Rather than just showing nothing, it will show volume, like that, so people still know what the button does until we fix the problem. This doesn't make any difference to the functionality. It's just a really good habit to get into, putting alt attributes to all your images. So we'll just leave that like that. Okay, and now all that's left to do is the slider part of this, the actual progress bar, that. So all we need to do is copy and paste the progress bar from above, because remember, we already implemented the progress bar for this part. We just need to copy and paste this code here. So everything from the class progress bar, copy that from above and paste it underneath this button here, and then that's it. Let me just move this back a bit, and then if I save that, you'll hopefully see a progress bar next to the button. And there we go, there's our progress bar. Obviously it doesn't look great at the moment, but there it is. So let's go ahead and style this now. So I right click and I'll inspect element on that, and then we'll go to our volume bar. So the div that's called volume bar, let's give this a style. I mean, we won't need to do much. Let's just give it a width of let's try 180 pixels. So that's a good width. Let's also say position absolute, and then right is going to be 0. Okay, so that's fine. It still doesn't look great, but this is okay. So copy and paste all that, go back to our style sheet, and at the bottom just put volume bar, like that, paste that in there, and then save it. And then progress bar right here, we can give this a width of 125 pixels. Yeah, that's good. 125 pixel width. And you'll see that we already have progress bar styling applied here, which has a width of 100%, but we want this width to take effect when it's a volume bar. So copy and paste that, and the way we do that is we're going to target the progress bar div that's underneath the volume bar. Okay, so go back to your style sheet and then do volume bar, progress bar, like that. So the progress bar div that's underneath the volume bar div. And now when I refresh this, you should hopefully see the style we did. Alright, now obviously it's still not quite right. It's still too high up in this bar. So let's work on moving that down. So go on the now playing right div right there. And you'll see we already have 2 bits of style applied already. Let's just go ahead and give this a position relative. And then make this have a margin top of 15 pixels. Yeah, 16 is good. And for some reason it's moving that as well. I'm not sure why that is. Is this have a... I'm doing it in the wrong part. I'm doing it in there. See, this style here is being applied to both the now playing right and now playing left. So we only want it applied to the now playing right part. So copy and paste those 2 lines and go back to our style sheet, and I can see that it's on line 28. So go back to line 28 and we have this code right here. It's now playing left and now playing right. And we just want to do one for only now playing right, like that. Okay, paste those 2 in there, save that. Okay, and there's our style. You can see that everything's applied and it looks pretty good right now. I'm happy with that. So we have our button right here. It doesn't do anything yet, but obviously when we click it later on, it'll change to a mute button, and we'll be able to drag these sliders too, which we can't do at the moment. Okay, so that's it.